Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is showtime. Please bring in that first class of Shropshire yearling ewes, Class 1 Shropshire yearling ewes in the West Ring. All other breeds exhibitors, we need those yearling ewes brought into the East Ring, please. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Elements Financial Blue Ribbon Pavilion. On behalf of our Fair Board Director, Miss Gwen Mize, our Sheep Barn Superintendent, Miss Cindy Cunningham, all the show staff, our 4-H show manager, Miss Julie Wilson, welcome to your Indiana State Fair and the 4-H Breeding Ewes Show. Like to take this opportunity and introduce our judges for the next couple days. In our East Ring, please meet Mr. Aaron Crome. Aaron lives in Marshall, Illinois, with his very patient wife of 32 years, Mary Ann. There they have raised two children, Thomas and Megan. He has spent his entire life in or around the show ring, successfully exhibiting livestock across the country. Their children have had the privilege of doing the same. Aaron grew up showing Oxford and Hampshires, and then his family successfully campaigned polled Dorsets for many, many years. In our West Ring, please meet Mr. Evan Snyder. Evan grew up in Oklahoma showing livestock in the 4-H and FFA programs. Evan graduated from Oklahoma State University, go Pokes, with a degree in animal science and animal nutrition. He now resides in Glen, Pennsylvania, where he is the farm manager for Macaulay Suffolk. They run 400 mature Suffolk-influenced ewes. The Macaulay operation is diverse in selling seed stock and are involved in a large restaurant lamb meat trade with several research projects for nearby medical facilities. Evan is honored and enjoys the opportunity to judge shows and work with livestock projects, specifically sheep and goats. Evan has had the honor of judging numerous shows around the country, including the National Western, the North American International Livestock Exposition, the Rodeo Austin, just to name a few. He wants to thank the entire fair committee for the opportunity to judge and wishes all exhibitors the best of luck. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Give a warm Hoosier welcome to Mr. Evan Snyder and Aaron Crome.
Well, good morning here. Certainly a pleasure to be here with you at the Indiana State Fair for your 4-H breeding show. I think we start out with an awfully nice set of Shropshire yearling ewes here. Just a neat group to sort through. I think very close on top of a nice pair of shapely ones that have some grow to them. They're the ones that we get out and move in terms of when we put them into motion. Of that pair, I think maybe this first one just a little bit neater about her Shropshire head. I like her ear maybe just a little nicer maybe than that thicker eared one that comes to us in second. Really a smooth one, lots of shape, big hip in her. I think just an awfully nice one to roll out with. The next one, no doubt just a little stouter in her footwork, and I like that about her. She's maybe just a nickel longer, and you appreciate that. A lot of good in that one, and again, I think if she had that one's head, we'd just flip-flop those just very nicely. I think that's another really sound one that's got a lot of good about her. Congratulations. Neat one here in terms of muscle shape and just a stoutness about her, one that shortens up in terms of from flank to flank, and then when we stride her out, she doesn't take quite as nice a step. Again, very good in terms of her wool, in terms of her breed character. I think another high-end one here to follow into third. A little shorter one, that little shorter coupled one comes to us in 4. You like a lot of things about this one. This one's the biggest racked one that we have in this whole deal, and you can see that from the outside. I appreciate that about her. Maybe not as smooth in her top line as maybe a couple of them are, but again, nice-headed, lots of wool about her feet and legs, and you like that about her. Another nice one to come 4. Big ewe to come into 5, and maybe you can move that one to third if you want to. I think she runs out of just true shape compared to the ones that get ahead of her. I do appreciate her head. Beautiful headed ewe in terms of her breed character. Love how long and level she is. I think that's a breeding piece, no doubt. Let's give them a big round of applause as we get started. Congratulations.
Good morning from the East Ring. It's great to be here. As Evan said, kind of a bucket list opportunity for myself anyway to come over and work through your sheep and these fine young people. We're going to start the class today, the first class in this East Ring. You'll kind of get a common theme. The ewe that we're going to start with easily travels the best around the ring. In my opinion, this is a breeding sheep show, so they've got to be able to travel. They've got to be good on their feet and legs. This ewe excels the class in that. She's beautifully fleeced down that side, extremely straight top kind of a sheep. Just a real logical place to start for me. The next pair of ewes, a highly presented kind of Romney sheep. The ewe in second, a little shorter sided, a little deeper sided, a real robust ribbed kind of a sheep. So we just got to change the way the second and third place ewes travel, especially on those hind legs. The ewe in second here gets a little straight for me, a little heavier bone type of ewe than we've got in third. Ewe in third just doesn't travel nearly as well. Their fleece isn't as uniform throughout from one end to the other as compared to the ewe in second. The pair of colored Leicester ewes we've got here in fourth and fifth. Ewes that just lack some capacity. Their fleece isn't very uniform from one end to the other, but a nice straight top kind of pair of ewes to fall in fourth and fifth. Young lady rounds the class with a baby doll Southdown here. A ewe that's just lacking a little bit of uniformity and smoothness from one end to the other. We've got to balance her out quite a bit to compete with the ewes ahead of her today. Thank you.
Do you like to drink water? Do you like
In our West Ring, we have our second class of Shropshire yearling ewes. In our East Ring, we have that single entry pair of yearling ewes. We will need the fall ewe lambs, AOB fall ewe lambs need to be ringside and ready in our East Ring. Results of Class 1 Shropshire yearling ewes. First place, and congratulations, Landry Street. Second place exhibitor, Lila Street. Third place, Annabella Jessup. Fourth place exhibitor, Merrick Malcolm. Fifth was Kennedy Bates. Sixth place, Blair Mrozinski. Seventh, Zach Reif. Your eighth place exhibitor, Camden Corey. Ninth was also exhibited by Camden. 10th place exhibitor, Sophie Harrell. Once again, congratulations to those first class of Shropshire yearling ewe exhibitors. Results of your AOB yearling ewe class. All other breeds yearling ewes. First place and congratulations, Ainsley Mendenhall. Second place exhibitor, Drew Hoflinger. Third was Benjamin Augustin. Fourth place exhibitor, Georgiana Wanderlich. Fifth was also Georgiana, and sixth was Lillian Donberger. Once again, congratulations to our all other breed yearling ewe exhibitors. Results of our AOB yearling ewe class. That first place pair was exhibited by Georgiana Weiderka. In our East Ring at this time, we have our AOB Fall Ewe Lambs. AOB Fall Ewe Lambs in the East Ring.
Second class today over here in the East Ring. We're going to start with the young ladies' wool sheep here on the far right. You sure admire from their strength to top. You get a hold of that one. She's straight as a string from the top, real even fleece kind of a sheep as well. In a perfect world, I like to give her a little more capacity and drop that flank down in her quite a bit, but one that's adequate on the move for me. She just excels in strength to top compared to her peers. The next pair of lambs, a little kind of a new taste for me in these ballets. But a sheep that we have here in second, a real good footed, real good structured sheep. The undercarriage on this one is really, really nice. Got to change this one when you get a hold of her. In her neck shoulder junction, she really kind of comes out versus up, a little round topped when you get a hold of her right behind those shoulders, but a sheep that you sure admire the way that one moves. Young man brings this one here in third, a real little shorter sided kind of a sheep, another sheep that's good boned, good on her feet and legs, but you get a hold of that one, she really falls apart around her shoulders, both in front and behind down her top. We've got to fix that about her to move her up any today.
Results of your AOB Fall Ewe Lamb class. First place and congratulations, Emerson St. Armor. Second place exhibitor, Braxton Devlin. Third was also exhibited by Braxton Devlin. Once again, congratulations to those AOB Fall Ewe Lamb exhibitors.
Well, here on the Shropshire side of the ring, another real good class of Shropshire yearling ewes, and a lot of differences maybe working in this class, maybe a little more than we had in the last class. And I'll be the first to admit the first one, for some of you, maybe is going to be just a little bit moderate. I think when we get them out and go, I think she holds herself together in terms of her balance as good as any of them. I think that's one is very shapely, very, very level in terms of her hip, huge hip and pin set in that female. Again, she could be a little bigger if you want to get real critical of her just in terms of size and scale, but that's an awfully nice one to lead off with. The next one is the one that closely follows her, and just in terms of shape and just that muscle shape that we're looking for here. She's very sound on her feet and legs. We get her into motion. She's not quite as fluid at what she does with her shoulder compared to that class winner here, but really a nice headed ewe with a lot of shape about her. I think this is an awfully neat one there to go into second hole. Big ewe going to tip the scale of being the heavy one here in third, and you appreciate a lot of things about her, the growth, the dimension, the width, the rib and body and barrel in that female. Maybe just doesn't have quite the shape that we have in those first two, but boy, She's got a lot of positives about her. I love her ear in terms of her Shropshire character. Again, maybe just gets a little finer in terms of her feature, but really a nice female you guys have there in third hole. Big ewe comes to us in 4, and from the side for me, she just doesn't balance quite as nicely as the 3 ewes ahead of her. We might hook her up just a little nicer there in her hip loin if we could, but again, some grow in that female, some stoutness about her bone, and you certainly appreciate that. And then we round out the class with one that I fell in love with when we first come out here. I thought that one is going to be really tough to beat. In motion, she gets just a little bit piecey at what she does and holds herself together. Her shoulder drops down, her hip drops down just a notch, and that's being real critical of one that's real fuzzy. She's really stout. I think that's another breeding piece here, girls. Congratulations on a nice set. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Our next class in our Shropshire show will be pair of yearling ewes. Shropshire, pair of yearling ewes will be next. Results of Class 2 Shropshire yearling ewes. First place, and congratulations, Caden Dare. Second place exhibitor, Jaden Moneyheffer. Third was Miley Shipley. Fourth place exhibitor, Caitlin Shakel. Fifth, Landon Andrews. Sixth place exhibitor, Nicholas Rife. 7, Jackson Meadows. 8 was Wyatt Harrell. Ninth place was Wyatt Harrell. 10th was Weston Harrell. Once again, congratulations to our Class 2 yearling ewe exhibitors. Please bring in those Shropshire Fall Ewe Lambs. Shropshire Fall Ewe Lambs in the ring, please. Results of our Shropshire pair of yearling ewes. First place, and congratulations, Blair Mrozinski. Second place pair was exhibited by Camden Corey. Once again, congratulations to our Shropshire pair of yearling ewe exhibitors.
Here on the Shropshire side of the ring, our fall ewe lamb pair here, very high quality pair, and I think both of them just extremely nice in terms of their breed type. Both of them very shapely. What sorts them for me is just maybe that breastplate and shoulder in this first one, maybe just a little tidier there as she builds at the point of her shoulders and then on that outer edge. Very square, nice big hip in that female, really up-headed and really cocky about her head. I like that. That's an awfully neat one there. The young lady brings another real stout one, really good in terms of her breed character as well. Great in terms of her touch. I think this is a high-end pair. What sorts them for me? Just that shoulder today. Really a good pair. Let's give them a round of applause. Congratulations.
interesting class of females over here in the AOB spring side. We're going to start with one that no matter what size they are, if they all have that silhouette and that much balance and style, we're going to gravitate to those all day long. Young lady brings us a natural colored baby doll that obviously she spent quite a bit of time with. She's kind of a push button showmanship sheep, but you get past that, she's good on her feet and legs. That's where she excels the ewe in second. We fixed the hind wheels on the one here in second, and then she wins the class quite handily in my book. Ewe that's beautifully fleeced down her side, very straight top kind of a sheep. She pops that right rear pasture and a little longer pasture than what she needs to be, in my opinion, but a real stylish, attractive kind of a sheep with a beautiful fleece to be in second. The next pair use the valet sheep, a sheep that shorten up quite a bit from the side, sheep that aren't good enough down their tops for this guy with the mic today, but a sheep you sure have to admire the fleece quality in those. Beautiful fleece sheep, a good bone kind of sheep, just too short-sighted, and we got to strengthen those tops to move them up any day. A young lady brings us another wool sheep here in fifth, a little tighter fleece if you're into that, the one that isn't quite as open as the ewe that we had there in second, but a sheep you have to admire for strength of top, a ewe that's good on her feet and legs. We've just got to make more of her to compete today.
In our East Ring, your next class will be AOB Pair of Ewe Lambs. Pair of Ewe Lambs will be next, followed by our champion and reserve champion, AOB Drive. In our Shropshire Ring, we are selecting your senior champion, Shropshire Ewe. First place from Class 1, Landry Street. Second place exhibitor from Class 1, Layla Street. Class 2, your first place exhibitor, Caden Dare. Second place exhibitor was Jaden Moneyheffer. And in our Fall Ewe Lamb class, your first place exhibitor was Caitlin Ellsbury. Second place exhibitor, Blair Mrozinski.
Well, here on the Shropshire side of the ring, as we get back out here for our senior champion, let's put our hands together for not just these 6 individuals, but the other ones that were in this drive. I think extremely good set of Shropshire ewes here to sort through. For me, there's one that's a kind of a combination sheep of some size and scale. Her rib and barrel is extremely good. This first place yearling ewe will be our senior champion. Then I think it closes up pretty tightly for a reserve, whether we get one that gets out and goes here in this second yearling ewe, or we get kind of a bigger, growier type of fall ewe lamb that looks like she's going to be a big sheep, very, very sound. I am going to get that fall ewe lamb today for reserve. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Your senior champion, Shropshire Ewe Lamb from Class 1. Congratulations, Landry Street. Your reserve senior champion from your Fall Ewe Lamb class. Congratulations, Caitlin Ellsbury. Once again, congratulations to all of our senior division Shropshire Ewe exhibitors. Your next class in your Shropshire show will be Shropshire Ewe Lambs. Shropshire Ewe Lambs. That first class of spring ewe lambs in the ring, please. In our AOB show, we are ready to select your champion and reserve champion, AOB ewe. In our East Ring, results of your AOB Spring Ewe Lamb class, first place, and congratulations, Francis Brennan. Second place exhibitor was Ainsley Mendenhall. Third, Logan Minter. Fourth place was also Logan Minter. Fifth, Ainsley Mendenhall. Second place exhibitor, or sixth place exhibitor, Benjamin Augustin. Seventh was Remington Kinnaman. Eighth place, Lillian Donberger. Ninth place was Olivia Donberger. In our Shropshire ring, we are bringing in that first class of spring ewe lambs. Class 1, spring ewe lambs in the ring, please. So don't pay attention to the one that's so 6. Now, what about these? So 106 and 206? West ring is ring 1, east ring is ring 2. Shropshire exhibitors, your next class will be your class 106. Class 106, spring ewe lambs. Shropshire, spring ewe lambs, class 106 to the makeup ring, please. How are you, young lady? Doing dandy. Okay. Yep. Pile. Remind me. Oh, yeah, yeah. You're full of shit, but thank you.
Real nice set of AOBUs here we've had to sort through today. 3 individuals on this side and your class winners, I think, excel in their own areas. They're all sound on their feet and legs, stylish kind of females. The neck shoulder junctions right in them, in my opinion. Sheep that I think will go on and compete at a little different level than what we've seen today at a good pace. So I'm not a guy that's going to over talk them here in the champion drive. So we'll go out and shake the hand of your champion reserve. Let's give these young people a nice round of applause.
Your champion, AOB. From your first class of yearling ewes, congratulations, Ainsley Mendenhall. And your reserve champion, AOB, from your fall ewe lamb class, congratulations, Emerson St. Armor. Corriedale. Corriedale exhibitors, we need those Corriedale yearling ewes, class 206. Class 206 in the makeup ring, please. Corriedale yearling ewes. Yeah. Yeah, if it's been there since yesterday. Okay. There is a Dodge Ram In the ring in our Corriedale show, we have that yearling ewe class, class 206, Corriedale yearling ewes. In the ring, please.
Real high quality pair of yearling ewes to start your Corriedale show. Real sound, functional kind of sheep here that we're going to start the class with. And ewe that's has a high capacity kind of sheep, a good boned and excellent footed kind of a sheep. Appreciate this one when you get your hand on her. Adequate fleeced by today's standards, but a real stylish, attractive ewe. The ewe in second, I'll grant you, a little slicker fronted, a little more extended kind of a sheep. You get a hold of her. She's ties together just a little better at the top of her shoulders, but a ewe that when you get her on the move, we need to settle that top line in her quite a bit, and up the size of her bone some to compete with the ewe in first. I'm not a big guy that's all hung up on bone, but this ewe, you put them in comparison, there's some obvious differences. We're going to leave that one in second and then start with the more complete ewe today.
Results of our Corriedale yearling ewe show. First and second place was exhibited by John St. Armor. John also exhibited your first place pair of yearling ewes. So we are ready for those Corriedale Fall Ewe Lambs, class 208 Corriedale Fall Ewe Lambs in the ring.
Well, here on the Shropshire side of the ring, really a deep and tough class of January ewe lambs, or early ewe lambs, if you will. A lot of differences floating through them, and you honestly could use that ewe in seventh that went out here. She was really jacked up, a little bit green, but boy, really dead level and good. And I think there's just a lot of good in all these. We can talk about them. You can flip-flop them in your mind if you want to. This is how they're going to be today. For me, I'll be the first to admit the first one is not quite as tricked out as a couple of them in terms of being maybe just as weathery, if you will, in terms of just being maybe as massive in terms of her rack and her loin. But really a combination sheep for me. It looked like that's going to grow. I love her head, and I think that's where she gets the nod over the second one. Just a beautiful headed Shropshire ewe with some bone and some substance about her. She's a little bit greener than a couple of them that follow in behind her. She's also a little different speed, and so make some choices here. I think we lead off with a combination ewe that has a really nice head about her. I think that's an awfully nice female. The second one is the big topped one, the big racked one, and the big hipped one here, and I love that about her. In motion, I don't love her quite as nice about her shoulder, and I don't love that one about her shoulder either, so there's some give or take there. This one is so smooth. When he gets her stuck, she looks like $1 million. I would change her head just a little bit if we could. We're going to get real critical of her Shropshire character, but a lot lot of good in that female. I think it is a nice second whole female here for us. A little shorter coupled one comes to us in third, and I love a lot of things about this one. This one is so stout in terms of her bone and her footwork. She's so good in how she lays in her shoulder. Is she the lead-off view? For maybe some of you, you could lead off with her because I think she's that high quality. For me, she gets a little shorter coupled compared to those first two. Again, though, I think her head's acceptable. Her ear may be just a little bit thick if you're going to get real critical of the Shropshire breed, but an awfully nice one there to come into third hole for us. Big old neat one here in terms of a side profile, just show ring appeal. Again, got her fed extremely good. She's so smooth, and she gets her stuck. Just looks like $1,000,000 here. In motion, I find her into four of what she does with herself in terms of her balance. Just doesn't hold herself together quite as nice as those first three, and that's being real critical of a good shouldered one that handles extremely good, that looks good on the side. And then we round out with one, the treble sheep for me. I like a lot of things about this sheep. This sheep has got some extremely good pieces. Just don't think maybe she ties it together in quite the package for us. I love her stifle shape. I love her handle in terms of her rack. I love her breed character. I think she just maybe today doesn't tie it all into a nice package for us. Maybe as a yearling ewe she will. I think very high end. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
In our Shropshire show, we are ready for Class 106, that second Spring U class. Class 106, in the ring, please. Results of Class 105. Class 105, Shropshire Spring Ewes. First place, and congratulations, Riggin Klotz. Second place exhibitor, Quentin Dare. Third, Braxton Sedgwick. Fourth place exhibitor, Tessa Ortman. Fifth was Blair Mrozinski. Sixth place exhibitor, Jace Maddox. Seventh, Maisie Stotling. Eighth place, Owen Grinstead. Your ninth place exhibitor was Emma Myers. 10th was Ethan McCorkle. Other exhibitors in the class include Sophia Hurst, Tinley Corey, and Camden Corey. Once again, congratulations to those Class 105 Shropshire Spring Ewe Lamb exhibitors.
Your AOB fall ewe lambs, we've got a pair of ewes over here that couldn't be more different in my opinion. The ewe here in first, a real well-balanced kind of a sheep that's good on her feet and legs. Beautiful fleece sheep, and this fleece, I think the official scorecard fleece is half the battle. The ewe here in first, it just excels the ewe in second in fleece alone. But beyond that, was fortunate enough that she's also better bodied, better topped, and better footed kind of a sheep, an easy place to start for me. Young man brings this one here in second, a little more extended, a little more refined kind of a ewe that's just sour fleece from one end to the other. And we've got to stouten her up from one end to the other at the ground to compete with the kind of the racehorse we've got here in first today.
In our Corriedale show, your fall ewe lamb class. First place and congratulations, John St. Armor. John also exhibited your second place fall ewe lamb. Your next class in our Corriedale show is Spring Ewe Lambs. Corriedale Spring Ewe Lambs will be next.
Another nice pair of Corriedale ewes. We'll comment the breed type on all these Corriedales has been excellent. Good dark points on these sheep, and that's something to definitely be commended upon. The young man brings us one here in first, a super well balanced kind of a ewe that on the move comes together much better than the ewe in second. Ewe is beautiful fleeced, longer sided, longer handling kind of a sheep here in first. I think a real logical place to start. Young lady brings us one in second that on the move we need to settle that top line. We've got to drop that flank in that one, and we've really got to fix the fleece in that one to compete with the ewe in first today. But a really nice pair of Corriedale ewes. Been great projects for these young people.
Justin Willoughby for the save. In our Corriedale show, our Spring Ewe Lamb class 209, your first and second place exhibitor, John St. Armour. John also exhibited your Corriedale pair of ewe lambs. We are now ready to select your champion and reserve champion Corriedale ewe.
Here on the Shropshire side of the ring, a very interesting class of ewes, and again, a tremendous amount of differences, and you can see as we line up here from the outside that has happened in this class, and so some give or take, make some decisions here, and this is how I see them. I think a combination sheep, again, of just really sound on her feet and legs, very shapely, and then really elevated up through her front end. At times, she wants to kind of suck her front end down, and it kind of opens up right behind her shoulder just a little bit, but you handle that rack, there's a lot of shape there to it. I think in terms of just body and just true dimension and shape, I think she gets the nod. She's also very good headed. I like her ear. She's got just a little more stoutness about her bone. I read that one to become a big yearling ewe next year, and I think from an underlying standpoint, she gets the nod compared to that one in second. I love this ewe in second, and be the first to admit, she does not have enough to her today. She has not got enough width and dimension, especially for some of you on the outside, no doubt. But that female is built extremely good. She lays in her shoulder good. She's dead level. She's big and long in her hip. Very good about her breed character, just very stout in terms of her bone work. You give her some more time, a little more weight, a little more just maturity, and we're going to find an awfully nice one there in that second. Nice, that's a nice one, guys. Congratulations. The third one, big, bold type of female, very rugged. Got a nice middle and barrel about her. A little bit piecier in motion. Maybe doesn't want to hold her shoulder together quite as nice as those two ahead of her, but love the stoutness of her foot. Just another really neat one there to go into third hole. 4 comes to us, a little greener type sheep, maybe not as stout, maybe not as much balance, maybe not as much shape, just kind of falls into this 4th hole pretty nicely. I think she gets the nod over the 1 and 5th for just holding her front end up just a little nicer when we put them into motion. The 1 and 5th, and no doubt that one brings a lot of quality things to the table here for us. I think from a breeding piece standpoint, I think there's a lot of good in that one. Huge in terms of her dimension, huge in terms of her foot size, and big in her barrel. When we move her around, she wants to take her front end to the ground, wants to take this little shorter stride, but no doubt we breed her to the right ram, we're going to have awfully nice ones. Let's put our hands together. Congratulations.
Our next class in our Shropshire show, Class 107, Spring Ewe Lambs. Class 107, Shropshire, Spring Ewe Lambs in the ring, please.
For Champion U over here on the AOB side, I think we've got 6 really nice individuals. I think there's one that later on down the road especially, I think this one plays a little more ball on the green shavings in the fall. Excuse me, than the other 5 out here, but we'll talk them a little bit. The differences I see them in this particular drive, because I think it's warranted. The young lady brings us a spring ewe lamb, extremely straight down her top. I love this one on the profile. Being a wool sheep, and I'm not picking on wool sheep, her temperament will only improve, and she'll move better. She's good on her feet and legs, straight top kind of sheep. Like the fleece in that one. The young man brings us a fall ewe lamb, a little lower her shoulders compared to the spring ewe lamb or even the yearling ewe, a good massive kind of sheep. We've got to stout her in terms of bone for me to have her in consideration. The yearling ewe up here is the other ewe that's kind of in the top 2 spot for me, a super bodied sheep. Really love the from flank to flank, the way that one's rib cage lays in her. Good hip sheep, excellent on her feet and legs. My concern with that one is her front end. She gets a little heavy in her brisket, or her front end drops out of her, as Evan just mentioned a class or 2 ago. You would like to straighten up that neck shoulder junction today, but boy, from that neck back, you love that one. You love that one's feet and legs. But we'll go out and shake the hand of your champion reserve. Let's give these young people a nice round of applause.
And your champion, Corriedale ewe from your ewe lamb class. Congratulations, John St. Armor. John also exhibited your reserve champion, Corriedale ewe from your yearling ewe class. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Congratulate all of our Corriedale breeding ewe exhibitors. Results of Class 107 Shropshire Spring Ewe Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Bristol Buckland. Second place exhibitor, Drew Miller. Third, Jaden Moneyheffer. Fourth place was Riggin Klotz. Fifth place exhibitor, Ashley Weeble. 6, Elena Smith. Seventh place exhibitor, Drew Miller. 8, Landry Street. 9th was Patrick Kinney. 10th place exhibitor, Kennedy Bates. Other exhibitors in the class include Miley Shippey and Emma Myers. Once again, congratulations to those Class 107 Shropshire Spring Ewe Lamb exhibitors.
That was 106.
Oh, my bad. That was 106. That was Class 106. Got ahead of myself there a little. Class 106 was your results. Reba Bergman, you and your slick-shorn horned Dorset We've got some folks we need to thank in our Shropshire show. We certainly want to thank Norbert Jackson and family. They were the sponsor of your Senior Champion U Award. Shropshire Senior Champion U Award was sponsored by Norbert Jackson and family. And your Reserve Champion Senior U, that award was sponsored by Isinger family and the Ott family of Rochester. Once again, Norbert Jackson, Isinger family, Ott family, thank you so much for your generosity in sponsoring our Senior Champion Shropshire U Award.
Interesting trio ewes here on the Horn Dorset side. We kind of got a tale of two types. It doesn't really matter to me what type they are. If we've got quality from the ground up, we're going to run with them. The ewe and we're going to start with here the straightest top ewe, the biggest centered kind of a sheep, the sheep that's best on the travel. Would like to change that horn set a little bit if you've got a little more traditional guy like me on the mic. We're going to talk about that. I'd like to open that blade up on that one's horn some to really make her kind of ideal. But in her peers in this class, I think she's a real logical place to start. Young man brings us a little more open-bladed, bigger bladed, open-headed kind of a sheep that's good on her feet and legs, a long-sided, long-handling kind of a sheep. We got to change that one on the travel. And for a yearling ewe, I think we've got to give her some more capacity to go ahead and compete with the ewe here in first. Young lady brings us a beautiful headed sheep here in terms of breed type. A ewe that the front half or front two-thirds, I like this one fairly well. She falls apart on from her hip back, tends to tuck her tail underneath her, little frailer bone kind of a sheep, but a real pretty, stylish kind of a ewe to be third today.
Here on the Shrop side of the ring, we end our individual classes here in our March ewe lambs or later ewe lambs here. Again, some differences floating through them, and that makes it fun here. I think a combination sheep of just width and dimension and squareness in terms of her edges. There's a lot of this sheep to get around, and if you want to say she's a little more mature in this class than a couple of them, I'll roll with that. I think she's designed up extremely good, big in her rack and big in her loin, and then very stout-footed. Her head is extremely good about her ear. I love how thin and brown it is. I think that's an awfully nice one there to lead off with. The next one, very youthful type of female, and love the front end of this sheep, and love when she gets out and goes. She's not as square built back in through her hip and pin, and I think that'll come with time as she matures. I think that'll widen up for her. Just an awfully nice one again in terms of breed character and youthfulness and femininity about her front end. That's where she gets the nod over the big heavy duty one that comes to us in third. You appreciate her rib and body and barrel and stoutness, maybe just not quite as fresh and youthful about her shoulder and how she lays in, but a lot of good in that one. Stifle shape is extremely good, very good in terms of her center body and middle, and again, nice about her head as well. Really an interesting one comes to us in four, very, very green and immature, just in terms of how she handles down her top, but some nice pieces in that one. I think at the point of her shoulders, she's extremely good. She's very cocky about her front end and her neck extension. She's got some shape about her. She's not quite as stout as maybe those three ewes that get ahead of her, but really some nice pieces in that one. I read her to come into a yearling ewe stage and just be an awfully nice one there. And then we round out the top five with just another heavy-duty, long-sided one that you appreciate a lot of things about. She gives up a little stifle shape, a little squareness in terms of her edges, but I do appreciate the growth and the breed character in that one. That's a nice set again. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
In our Shropshire show, your next class will be pair of ewe lambs. Class 108, Shropshire pair of ewe lambs will be next. In our Horn Dorset show, your next class will be Class 213, Horn Dorset Slick Shorn Fall Ewe Lamb. Results of Class 107 Spring Shropshire ewe lambs. First place, and congratulations, Miranda Moneyheffer. Second place exhibitor Blair Mrozinski. Third, Miranda Moneyheffer. Fourth place exhibitor Patrick Kinney. Fifth, Landry Street. Sixth place was Miley Shippey. 7, Jackson Meadows. 8, Zach Rife. Ninth place exhibitor Wyatt Harrell. 10th was Weston Harrell. Other exhibitors include Tinley Corey and Sophie Harrell.
Great way to start the Horned Ewe show in this East ring over here. Ewe that I think just screams quality from one end to the other. Excuse me, a ewe that's really sound on her feet and legs. Love the silhouette she paints. She's deep-sided, deep-bodied sheep where she needs to be deep. Tucked up chest in this one. Neck, shoulder junction is very good. Good hip. Just a nice place to start. Young lady brings us a real meat and potatoes one here in second. A ewe that's super sound. I mean, if a guy had 10 of these as brood ewes, I think you could be in the slick shorn game real quick in terms of moderation. She's extremely good down her top. A real nicely balanced kind of sheep. Just sheep that ran into a buzzsaw to win the class today.
In our Horned Dorset show, results of your slick shorn yearling ewe class, class 211. First place, and congratulations, Paige Minter. Second place exhibitor was John Altoff, and third was Jana Altoff. In the ring in our Horned Dorset show is class 213, Horned Dorset Slick Shorn Fall Ewe Lambs, class 213 in the ring. Results of class 212, that's your Horned Dorset fitted yearling ewe class. Your first place exhibitor, congratulations, Caitlin Shakel. Second place exhibitor was Reba Bergman. Once again, in the ring on the east end is your class 213 Horned Dorset Slick Shorn Fall Ewe Lambs. Shropshire exhibitors, we need those first and second place ewe lambs ringside and ready, please, for your junior champion drives. Shropshire ewe lambs ringside and ready. Coming in the ring, we are ready to select your junior champion, Shropshire ewe lamb. From class 105, your first place exhibitor was Regan Klotz. Second place exhibitor, Quentin Dare. From class 106, your first place exhibitor, Bristol Buckland. Second place exhibitor was Drew Miller. From class 107, your first place exhibitor, Miranda Moneyheffer. Second place exhibitor, Blair Mrozinski. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place Shropshire ewe lamb exhibitors. We'd like to thank in our Shropshire show, we'd like to thank Mark and Patty Weishart and family and Dave Ellsbury and family. They sponsored our junior champion and reserve junior champion Shropshire ewe awards. Once again, Mark and Patty Weishart, Dave Ellsbury and family, thank you so much for your generosity in sponsoring our junior champion awards.
ringside here. Let's put our hands together over on the Shropshire side for these 6 young people as they bring their ewe lambs back out here for us for Junior Champion and Reserve. I think a very deep and high-end set of females out of this division. There was a lot of differences in them, no doubt. There's a lot of different feeding programs, a lot of different maturity about them. I think we get them back out here, though, all 6 of them very high quality. They look like Shropshires. I think an awfully nice group here. Very close for me here in this champion drive, and it's close, I think, between the lineup here of firsts. For me, one sorts out, and we get these 2 a little more stretchier ones here for us. And one of them's just got a little bit bigger hip today. One of them's maybe a little smoother in terms of how she hooks up in her hip loin, and so there's some give or take. Our early one will be our champion today, and a middle one will be our reserve. Let's give a big round of applause. Congratulations.
And your junior champion ewe from class 105, congratulations, Regan Klotz. Your reserve junior champion from class 106, Drew. Your reserve junior champion, Bristol Buckland. If we could get our junior champion and senior champion Shropshire ewes in the ring for our overall Shropshire Champion Ewe Drive.
Now we can get going. In this class of horned ewes, we've got 2 different kinds of sheep up here, and they both have problems each of their own. I'd sure like to fix the front feet on the ewe that wins the class, but I think this young lady gets her stuck on the side. That silhouette, she's deep where she needs to be deep. Her neck-shoulder junction, she's much more extended through that front, more feminine through that front, as is the ewe in second. I think a kind of a logical place for this guy with the mic to start today. Young man brings us one here in second. Definitely the power thick kind of a sheep, but she's got power and thick sheep problems in terms of on the move. Her blade's too long in my book. Her chest floor comes out of her. Her neck shoulder kind of comes forward rather than up, but you sure admire the amount of thickness and meat and muscle and product this sheep has to be in second. Next pair of ewes, a little greenier made, longer handling, longer sided kind of ewes. I sure appreciate the breed type in this ewes in third and fourth, but ewes that we just got to strengthen them at the ground, strengthen them down their top line to compete with the 2 ahead of them today.
Results of your Slickshorn Horn Dorset Fall Ewe Lamb class. First place, and congratulations, Rainey Gallagher. Second place, exhibitor Paige Minter. Third was Jana Altoff, and fourth was also Jana Altoff. Our next class in our Horn Dorset class will be your fitted Fall Ewe Lambs. Fitted Horn Dorset Fall Ewe Lambs will be next. In the ring on our Shropshire side, your senior champion exhibitor, Landry Street. Your reserve senior champion was Caitlin Ellsbury. Your junior champion exhibitor, Regan Klotz. Your reserve junior champion exhibitor, Bristol Buckland. Go ahead and take this opportunity and thank Dave Ellsbury and family. We'd also like to thank Mike and Karen Ellsbury. They are the sponsor of your best three head in our Shropshire show, Mike and Karen Ellsbury. Also, our premium money for our best three head class is donated by the Indiana Shropshire Breeders Association. Premier breeder, which that'll be figured up here, but that breeder will receive an award from sponsored by the Yeager family. Also, any 4-Hers with ewes placing out of the state fair money will receive a cash award sponsored by our Indiana Shropshire Breeders Association.
Well, Shropshire exhibitors and breeders, let's put our hands together here as we get all 4 of these back out in the ring for our champion and reserve. I think, again, just really a high-end set of senior sheep, a really high-end set of junior sheep here, and I think it's extremely close. And Aaron, they asked us maybe to bounce some things off each other just a little bit, because we got to come up with that top 5 on Sunday night. So we're going to do that some today in some of these rings, and it's probably the final decision is going to be whoever's in the ring. But we are going to talk a little bit. We are friends, and we see sheep somewhat alike as well. So congratulations again. We're going to go out and pick our champion and reserve here. And again, I think it's close. One of them the champion might have a few more exotic pieces, maybe just a little bit better in terms of her head. We'll show you the champion and reserve. Let's give them a big round of applause again. That's a nice set of Shropshires. Congratulations.
And your champion, Shropshire Sheep. Congratulations from your junior division, Riggin Klotz. Your reserve overall Shropshire ewe was from your senior division. Congratulations, Landry Street. Our next class here in our Shropshire show is your Shropshire Best 3 head. In our Horn Dorset show, we have fitted fall ewe lambs. Horn Dorset fitted fall ewe lambs in the ring. Horn Dorset exhibitors, your next class will be your senior and reserves champion senior drive. We need those first and second place. First and second place, Horn Dorset ewes ringside and ready.
This horned ewe lamb class here presents maybe a few more problems than what it might appear from the sideline. We've got 2 sheep on the top that I think, depending on the day and depending on the guy on the mic, I don't know where you might land. I prefer the ewe that's a little more extended, much more feminine through her front end. Would I like to change her front feet? She gets a little knuckly on those for this guy, but a ewe that picture right there. Extremely high quality, extended ewe, and in terms of femininity through that front end, straight as a string down her top. Like that one quite a bit. The young man brings us one here in second. The feet and legs on this one are unmatched in this class. A ewe that's a super nice bone kind of a sheep, a good footed sheep. I like that they're out on all 4 corners. She sets them down that way, a straight top kind of a sheep. Lacks the extension through that front end, and we've got to change that one horn set. They've had to clip those horns on that one to keep them from growing into the side of her head already as a lamb. So we've got to either weight those or get that fixed to move her up today for this guy. Young man brings us one here in third, a beautiful headed, real nicely profiled kind of a sheep. That one gets heavier fronted compared to the 2 in front of him today. Just lacks a little flash and style compared to the 2 ahead, but a really nice, solid meat and potatoes kind of sheep to be third. As that being said, the young lady brings us one here in fourth, very similar to you in third. Got to strengthen that one's top. She gets a little bold about that shoulder for me to move on up today. but a good doing high production kind of a sheep to be fourth.
To finish up our Shropshire show, your best 3 head of Shropshire ewes was exhibited by Blair Mrozinski, and our Premier Breeder Award goes to Miranda Moneyheffer. Congratulations to all of our Shropshire exhibitors. On our Horn Dorset side of the ring, we are ready to select your senior and reserve senior champion, Horn Dorset. Results of Class 214, that is your fitted Horn Dorset Fall Ewe Lamb class. First place, and congratulations, Caitlin Shakel. Second place exhibitor, Grant Neumeister. Third, Cash Coyle. Fourth place exhibitor was Reba Bergman. We are now selecting your senior champion Horn Dorset from class 211. That is your Slick Shorn yearling class. Your first place exhibitor was Paige Minter. Second place, John Althoff. Your fitted Horn Dorset class, first place exhibitor, Caitlin Shakel. Second, Reba Bergman. Your Slick Shorn Horn Dorset Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place exhibitor, Rainey Gallagher. Second place, Paige Minter. And from your fitted Horn Dorset class, your first place exhibitor, Caitlin Shakel. Second place exhibitor, Grant Neumeister. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Congratulate all of our first and second place Horn Dorset exhibitors. Riggan-Klotz and Landry Street. Riggan-Klotz, Landry Street. Would you come to the announcer's stand, please? In our Suffolk side of the ring, we have Class 109 Slick Shorn Suffolk yearling ewes in the ring.
Real nice set of horned ewes out here for your senior champion. I think we've got kind of 2 different kinds, and then one that's kind of a little bit of a combination sheep that presents a few more problems for anybody with the mic. I think the champion's sort of a non-negotiable, and then it gets quite a bit closer, and it's just kind of a personal preference. They could probably be switched a variety of different ways. They both have similar problems, and it's just kind of what sheep fits your type, and there's one that's definitely more my type than the other for reserve. So let's give these young people a nice round of applause.
Here on the Suffolk side of the ring, we start with our yearling ewes here. I think just a whale of a set of females, ones that are not standing here on the top five, just tremendous in terms of quality. Again, maybe some differences floating through them here. We've got a real fluid moving, big-bodied ewe here to lead off with, one that maybe if you're going to say and get real critical, she's maybe not as whistle-fronted or shouldered maybe as that second ewe, but a lot of dimension in her, a lot of rib and a lot of barrel about her, and just an awfully nice one in motion. She holds her spine in maybe just a little bit better than this second one. The second one might have just a little bit of an attitude, and no doubt that one's a real fancy fronted one, and maybe even more fancy than our class winner, and I'll give her that. Maybe not as much of her today, especially off on the side in terms of her profile, how she lays that rear flank in, but I also read her to be a little bit less mature, and I think as that comes, she may be going to haunt that ewe as we get later on in the future there. But nice pair of different type of ewes, but I think this is a very high-end group there. Big, wide, massive one here comes to us in third. Got a huge stifle shape about her. I love that about her. Maybe a little plainer just in how she looks in terms of how her show ring appeal is compared to those first two, but a lot of good in that female as well. Then we work into a smaller framed ewe here that you like a lot of things about. This one's got a lot of touch and a lot of rack shape about her. Really good in terms of her rack. Maybe one of the better racked ones that we have. She gets a little finer in her features. She gets a little bit shorter coupled compared to a couple of them, but a lot of good and a lot of quality in terms of a breeding piece in that female. And then a bigger ewe comes to us in 5, and you like a lot of things about her. She also gets a little finer in terms of her feature, but certainly level in terms of her design. She's big in terms of her rack shape. Just another really nice female here. This is a good set of Suffolk yearling ewes. Congratulations.
In our Suffolk show, the next class will be 110. Fitted Suffolk yearling ewes in the ring. Our Horn Dorset side of the ring, your senior champion was your fitted yearling ewe, exhibited by Caitlin Shakel. Your reserve senior champion was your fitted fall ewe lamb, also exhibited by Caitlin Shakel. In the ring on our Horn Dorset side is class 215. That is slick shorn spring ewe lambs. Suffolk exhibitors, your next class will be class 111, slick shorn Suffolk fall ewe lambs. We're right there. What do you need?
Here on the Suffolk side of the ring, a nice pair of fitted yearling ewes here. Just a little maybe more moderate type female to lead off with, but you get your hands on her. A lot of dimension, a lot of power and width and dimension about her. Really a nice headed ewe. Again, maybe not quite as stout in terms of her feature, maybe as the bigger ewe that comes into second. Really appreciate her grow and her stretch and her style. I think maybe just not as much of her today in terms of that dimension and width. Good pair, though. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Results of Class 109. Class 109, slick shorn Suffolk yearling ewes. First place, and congratulations, Paige Minter. Second place exhibitor, Cooper Leiniger. Third place, Cooper Leiniger. Fourth place, Riley Smith. Fifth place exhibitor, Aubrey Henderson. 6 was Brady Henderson. 7, John Althoff. And 8 was Kate Tharp. Once again, congratulations to those Class 109 slick shorn Suffolk yearling ewe exhibitors.
Interesting pair of horn spring ewe lambs in this East ring today. Definitely two different types and kinds. I'll pick the one that's the highest quality of whatever type's in here, or sure try to anyway. The young lady brings us one a little more moderate package. I'll grant you a little shorter sided package. She gets that one gathered up. She paints a really nice picture from the side. She excels the ewe here in second in terms of feet and legs, bone, and part of her body that touches the surface is much better than the ewe here in second. The ewe's extremely thick down her top. Sure like that one to win the class. Young lady brings us a real long hind saddled kind of a sheep here in second. One we've got to fix her on her right rear especially. Strengthen that pastern quite a bit to move her up, but you sure admire her. She also paints a nice picture. She's deep ribbed, big centered kind of a sheep. We've got to straighten her up in her rear third to fix her to compete with the ewe ahead today.
Exhibitors, slick shorn Suffolk fall ewe lambs. We are missing
Here on the Suffolk side of the ring, we've got a lone entry here in our fall ewe lamb slick-sheared class, but one that could stack up with quite a few. Just a very shapely one that's got a nice breed character about her. The young lady's doing a great job with her. Let's put our hands together and show appreciation for her. That's a nice entry.
Results of 111, your Slickshorn fall ewe lamb, first place, and congratulations, Lauren McMichael. In the ring, we have our fitted fall ewe lamb. Also, I missed announcing Class 110. Class 110, that's your Suffolk fitted yearling ewes. Your first place exhibitor was Brady Henderson. Second place was Dallas Bergman. Once again, in our Suffolk show, Class 112 is in the ring.
Here in the Suffolk side of the ring, we get one fitted fall ewe lamb as well, and I think this is another nice and high-end entry here with a beautiful head about her. She's got some grow to her. You get your hands on her. There's really a nice straight top about her. She's up on her toes. Let's give the young man a big round of applause. Congratulations.
On our Horn Dorset side of the ring, results of Class 215, Horn Dorset Slickshorn Spring Ewe Lambs. First place exhibitor, Camellia Plummer. Second place, Jana Altoff.
One of the closer and deepest in quality and closer choices that we've had in this ring today with this pair of ewe lambs that are both super complete, a little difference in terms of femininity and extension through that front end, but with that there comes a little problem with the ewe in second. We'll talk to ewe in first. A real good footed, a real sound sheep. I love this one's feet and legs on the move or standing still. Just put those on every sheep you bring to me and you'll get along just fine today. A ewe that's a super good top, a deep centered, big volume kind of a sheep, but yet when you get a hold of her, she's green. There's still gas in that one's tank. Love that one's breed character as well. Real nice sheep to win this class. Young man brings this one a little more feminine through her front end, a little more extended. Sure like that about her. We've got to change that one on the move some. She tends to, we need to settle that top. I think that one's future is very, very bright. She just ran into one today that I think is super complete and ready for today's show.
Results of Class 216 in our Horn Dorset show. Your first place exhibitor, Caitlin Shakel. Second place exhibitor, Caden Murphy. Class 216, Horn Dorset fitted spring ewe lambs. We are ready for a pair of Horn Dorset ewe lambs, just a single entry in that class. Then we will select your junior champion and reserve junior champion Horn Dorset. From Class 109, your Slickshorn Yearling U class, your first place exhibitor was Paige Minter. Second place exhibitor, Cooper Leiniger. In your Class 110, that's your fitted Yearling U class. First place was Brady Henderson. Second place, Dallas Bergman. Slickshorn Fall Ewe Lamb exhibitor, Lauren McMichael. Your fitted Fall Ewe Lamb class exhibitor, first place, Dallas Bergman.
four real nice horned ewes. I think quality sure excelled in the ewe lamb division. Numbers weren't real great or real high, but I think the quality certainly was made up for a few low numbers. We've got two especially individuals on this side, different ends of the spectrum in terms of the industry, but I both think both real high quality kind of animals that respectively won their classes, and the seconds didn't fall too far behind. We talked them in class, and we're not going to do that much today. Talk them again in this champion drive. Let's give these young people a nice round of applause, and we'll find your champion reserve.
Here on our Suffolk side of the ring here for our senior champion. Just give a big round of applause for all these exhibitors as they come back out here for us with their slick-sheared sheep and their fitted sheep. I think another real high-end set of females here. I thought that class of yearling ewes and the slick-sheared deal was really close. I thought it was very deep in quality. We're going to use both those slick-sheared yearling ewes for our senior champion today. Congratulations.
And your senior champion, congratulations, Paige Minner. Your reserve senior champion, Cooper Leininger. Once again, congratulations to all of our senior division Suffolk ewe exhibitors. In our Horn Dorset side of the ring, your junior champion was your fitted spring ewe lamb exhibitor, Caitlin Shakel. Your reserve was also from your fitted fall ewe lamb class, Caden Murphy. We are now selecting your champion and reserve champion, Horn Dorset ewe. Your senior champion, exhibited by Caitlin Shakel. Your reserve senior champion, also exhibited by Caitlin Shakel. Your junior champion was exhibited by Caitlin Shakel. Your reserve junior champion, Caden Murphy.
Super high quality set of horned ewes over here for your champion ewe. This is the kind of lineup you see at a regional show or even in the fall. We've got four really high quality kind of sheep. I sure expect bright things for this later on this show season especially. Let's put our hands together. I think we've got a really nice set of sheep. We'll find your champion reserve.
Your champion from your senior division, congratulations, Caitlin Shakel. Your reserve champion, Horn Dorset, from your junior division, congratulations, Caitlin Shakel.
Real nice set of Suffolk ewe lambs here on this side of the ring, and some differences here, and differences in a lot of ways, maturity and how they're moving, how they're acting, and so some differences you have to kind of sort through here and maybe get to a bottom line for us. I think you got a big type of outlined female here that you have to get around, and I think whether she's a little more mature than some of them, I think that one has got a lot of good pieces. She's big in her rack. She's very, very long from flank to flank. She's got a big hip and square pin set in her. She doesn't want to act quite as nice as maybe that one in second. She doesn't want to move around the ring quite as free and easy as maybe that one in second. And so you get some give or take there. I think that's a very nice headed ewe with a lot of grow about her, with a lot of positives. So we'll lead off with her. I think the next one is the best moving sheep here, and maybe the best trained sheep, if you want to say that. And I appreciate that. That one gets out and goes like they're supposed to, holds her head up with a lot of cockiness. Maybe we run out of sheep compared to that first one. But she is very shapely. I think that's a very nice piece. I think she falls into that second hole really nicely for us. I also like your shoes, young man. The ewe in third comes to us, again, really a massive type of sheep. And if you want to use that one just from a mass standpoint, a stifle standpoint, and a rack standpoint, I think you can. She doesn't want to be here. She doesn't want to show off. And so her front end wants to suck to the ground. It makes it a little harder, but a lot of good and positive in that female. Maybe not quite as feminine fronted as those first two. Real nice piece comes to us in four. Again, very smooth, very shapely. Again, not as much of her than those three ewes ahead of her. She's not quite as stout in terms of her feature, but she is very nice headed and very neat in terms of her balance. I think that's another nice female. And then a big ewe to round the top five with. Really a nice one in terms of grow, and you appreciate that. Again, very nice about her head. Very good about her breed character. Runs out of that squareness of edge that we have in those first four, but darn good one there. Let's put our hands together. Nice set of Suffolks. Congratulations. Nice job, bud.
Our next class in our Suffolk show will be Class 114. That is your fitted spring ewe lamb class. Results of Class 113, your spring slick-shorn spring ewe lamb class. First place, and congratulations, Cooper Leiniger. Second place exhibitor, Maddox Thompson. Third place exhibitor, Cooper Leiniger. Fourth was Riley Smith. Fifth place, Ian Grubbs. Sixth, Kate Tharp. And seventh was Brady Henderson. Once again, congratulations to those Class 113 Slick-Shorn Suffolk Spring Ewe Lamb exhibitors. Southdown exhibitors, be on the ready. We'll be calling for that first class of Southdown yearling ewes, Class 115. We'll be calling for you pretty quick. I have no idea. I do know. Nope. Nope. My guess is it's probably like in memory.
We have a nice trio of ewes here in this Suffolk class of fitted ewe lambs. I think you get one on top, just a little more of her in terms of body, in terms of mass, in terms of width. She's a little stouter in terms of her feature, and you get your hands on her. There's some wool on her, no doubt, but she's got a lot of dimension to her. She's big in her hip. She's beautiful headed. I think that's a nice female to lead off with. Our next one, they've got her presented to a T. That wool is fitted extremely well, and I appreciate that. I put myself through college fitting sheep, and I think it's still an art, and I appreciate it. I appreciate how well you've got yours presented here for us. That's a nice female. She doesn't have as much of her as we have in that first one. She's not quite as stout in her feature, but beautiful headed. Just a darn nice one to go to. And then young lady comes into third with not much wool on this sheep, so what you see is what you get. She's very good in terms of her top. We run out of maybe some femininity and some look and appeal compared to those first two, but good trio. Let's put our hands together. Congratulations.
Nice. Sorry about that. And a super nice way to start the Katahdin show. We were fortunate to Have some friends and neighbors that had about 300 of these ewes, kind of on the forefront before they turned into the monsters they are today in terms of popularity and all facets of production. So I've seen a bunch of these things, and they sure have changed for the better. Congrats to the breeders for doing what they needed to do to get them to look like this. Not super pair of yearling ewes up here on the front end. I think a little bit of differences in them. The ewe in front is tremendously good top, straight as a string down her top. These are hair sheep. What you see is exactly what you get. A ewe that's adequate on her feet and legs. Like to maybe twist those front feet in just a little bit. Part of that's how hard the young lady's driving that sheep a bit, but a ewe that's good fronted, extremely good bodied, tucked up in her chest floor, big centered. Like that one quite a bit. Young lady's painted ewe here in second, a little taller kind of a ewe. I certainly won't hold that against her. A ewe that's good down her top, good-footed kind of a sheep. We've just got to lift that one's chest floor up a little bit, have that neck shoulder junction come up versus out some, and I think that one moves up pretty quick. The young man brings us a real stylish, one of the more stylish, attractive ewes in the show today or in the class today. A ewe that you get right on top of her. She's too narrow at the ground, too narrow on the move. They can't even set her up enough because she's not that comfortable to be set wide enough. But one you sure admire in terms of style and femininity, that one's definitely got a place in the breeding pen. A young lady brings us one next, a super big centered kind of a sheep, a good bone sheep, a sheep that's too steep hip for me. Even in these hair sheep, I mean, you've got to fix that hip first off. That was kind of one of the original issues with them, and then they've come a long way. But this one is she's deep where she needs to be deep. Again, the one that's definitely got a place in the breeding pen. Young lady brings this one here in fifth. A good straight top, good bodied kind of a ewe, a little more tubular in her design than the ewes ahead of her, and it doesn't stride out quite as well on her hind legs to compete with the four ahead of her. But a real attractive, stylish sheep in her own right.
Here on the Suffolk side of the ring, we're picking our junior champion here of the four, the two slick-sheared and the two fitted. Let's put our hands together for these four exhibitors. I think just a high-end set here again, and I think when we get back out here, maybe closes up just a nickel for reserve, and I'll tell you where my head's at for that reserve. We're going to use this slick-sheared ewe for champion, and then I think it's real close between the second slick-sheared ewe and this fitted ewe, and I think the fitted ewe has got a lot of positives here for us, and here's where my head is at, though, on this reserve. I think our second slick-sheared ewe is just a little tidier on her pasterns. She's the best moving sheep that we've seen in all the breeds today. So we're going to use both the slick sheareds. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
And your junior champion, Suffolk ewe. Congratulations, Cooper Leiniger. Your reserve junior champion, congratulations, Maddox Thompson. Now we are ready to select your champion and reserve champion overall Suffolk ewe. In our Katahdin side of the ring, we've got our pair of yearling ewe class. Pair of yearling ewes. Your results of your Katahdin yearling ewe class. Katahdin yearling ewe class. First place, and congratulations, Eva Beckner. Second place exhibitor, Trip Trammell. Third, Mallory McDaniel. Fourth place exhibitor, Brock Kessler. Fifth, Eva Buckner. Six, Brock Kessler. Seven, Mallory McDaniel. Once again, congratulations to those Katahdin yearling ewe exhibitors.
Well, here on the Suffolk side of the ring, let's put our hands together for these four exhibitors. We come back at her for senior and reserve for this overall. I think there's a lot of differences floating, not only in this breed, but in this ring right here with these four. And I think we said in that yearling ewe drive that that was an awfully good and deep set of sheep. We're going to stick with that pair of yearling ewes today for our champion reserve. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
And your overall champion from your senior division, congratulations, Paige Minter. Your reserve overall Suffolk champion, also from your senior division, congratulations, Cooper Leiniger. Once again, congratulations to all of our Suffolk ewe exhibitors. Hey, I forgot to mention for those of you around ringside that maybe has family and friends that couldn't make it here to the Indiana State Fair, let them know that we are live streaming our breeding ewes show. ringsidelive.com. ringsidelive.com is the website. That's ringsidelive.co, not .com, .co. ringsidelive.co is where you want to go to watch the live stream of our Breeding U show here at the Indiana State Fair.
Really nice class of Katahdin females on this side. We talked earlier about a baby doll Southdown ewe lamb that had a phenomenal set of feet and legs. And I mentioned you bring me one like that, you're going to be just fine. This young man listened and brought me one with a tremendous set of feet and legs. A ewe that's just super complete, may not wow you in any one direction, but you get a hold of her, she's thick from one end to the other, good from hooks to pins. Just a really nice, solid, kind of a fault-free kind of a ewe to win the class. Young lady brings us a little more extended, a super long handling, long hind saddle kind of sheep. We've got to fix her at the ground. She twists that right rear end a little more than I'm comfortable moving her any further up, but you sure admire the femininity through that front third. The length of top, the length of side is tremendous on this one. We've just got to fix her at the ground some. A young lady brings us one here in third, a good bodied kind of a sheep. Thank you. A really good bodied kind of a sheep, a good top sheep. We've got to pick up that tail head quite a bit. Too steep hip for me. No matter if they're a hair sheep or a wool sheep, we've got ways to fix that in the breeding decisions, but one that sure has a place in that to make a decision on. Young lady brings us one here to round out the class, a good bodied sheep. We've just got to widen her up from hooks to pins. She gets extremely narrow in those pins compared to her peers today, but a good bodied, good moving kind of a sheep in her own right.
Hello. We have an honor for the Suffolk Association, the Rookie Award. It's given in honor of Cindy Jones, longtime Suffolk breeders, and they were superintendents for years here at the Indiana State Fair for the Suffolk breed. So there's a traveling trophy and then one to keep. And then the Shackle family gives feeders to all the rookie participants each year at the fair. The winner of this year's Rookie Award was Maddox Thompson. So we want to thank everyone.
On our Southdown side of the ring, we have Class 115 Southdown yearling ewes in the ring. Katahdin exhibitors, we have your spring ewe lambs in the ring. Class 221, Katahdin spring ewe lambs in the ring. Results of class 220, that's your fall ewe lamb class. First place, and congratulations, Brock Kessler. Second place exhibitor, Brackney Fulford. Third place, Mallory McDaniel. And fourth, Eva Beckner. Once again, congratulations to those fall ewe lamb exhibitors. For those of you around ringside, I'm sure you've noticed our young folks in the black t-shirts taking pictures. Those folks are part of LindsayHanowitchPhotography.com. Lindsay Hanowich is the official photographer here at your Indiana State Fair. Lindsay and her staff is in all the barns capturing those special show ring moments or getting that perfect backdrop photo. To view and purchase those photos, go to LindsayHanowitchPhotography.com. Once again, that website is LindsayHanowitchPhotography.com.
Some decisions being made in this particular Katahdin drive in terms of maturity and endpoints and kind of where they're at today versus where they're going to be. I'm going to choose to use a ewe that today's the show, so that's what we're going to look at. A ewe that paints a really nice picture from the side, a big centered, production-oriented kind of a sheep, but yet is extended through that front end. Good enough on her feet and legs. Some might argue she's not got enough bone. She does for the guy with the mic today. She wins this class for me. I really appreciate that particular feature on this ewe here in second. Super big bone, kind of a sheep that's great down her top. A ewe that just needs to be a little more extended, paint a little fancier picture from the side to compete with the rattlesnake that wins the class. Young lady brings us a real stylish, attractive kind of sheep in the black ewe lamb. A ewe lamb on the move. She's got to stride out more on those rear two. Takes a little short stop, choppier steps than preferred by this guy, but one you sure admire the style and balance that ewe has in third. Young lady brings us one here in fourth that's not really wanting to behave today. A ewe that's, I'll grant you, is a greener made kind of a sheep. A ewe that's just not quite as gathered up and put together compared to the three ahead of her, but I think a ewe that's got a real bright future. Speaking of bright futures, I think this young lady in fifth takes this one home and puts her on a kind of a ramped up feed program, I think she's got one that is extremely feminine, extremely extended through her front end. Really like this one's future quite a bit. But again, today I think she's just out-horsed in terms of maturity and overall mass to compete today.
Results of our Katahdin ewe lamb class. Katahdin ewe lambs. Class 221. First place and congratulations, Eva Beckner. Second place exhibitor, Mallory McDaniel. Third, Allie Titus. Fourth place exhibitor, Mallory McDaniel. And fifth was Brackney Fulford. Once again, congratulations to those Katahdin Spring Ewe Lamb exhibitors. In our Katahdin show, your next class is your pair of ewe lambs. Katahdin pair of ewe lambs is next, followed by our pair class. We are ready. Oh, we already had our pair class. We are selecting your champion and reserve champion Katahdin ewe. From our Katahdin yearling ewe class, first place exhibitor, Eva Beckner. Second place, Trip Trammell. From your fall ewe lamb class, first place exhibitor, Brock Kessler. Second, Brackney Fulford. From your spring ewe lamb class, first place exhibitor, Eva Beckner. Second place, Mallory McDaniel. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate our first and second place Katahdin exhibitors.
Here on the Southdown side of the ring, we start with our first class of yearling ewes. I think this is a very deep and good set all the way through. Really, really wild in terms of quality here for us. And again, we got some differences to talk through, and that's what makes a big-time sheep show here for us. I'll be the first to admit I don't like the class winner's head. I'm not in love with that head. I'd like to change her color a little bit, just give her just a little more, I don't know if it, maybe like the second head, if you will, just a little more broader about her muzzle. But man, is she square-edged and really, really good in terms of her handle. Got a big hip and pin set in her, and then her stifle shape is just a little crisper. Her three-quarter view is just a little nicer than we have maybe in this ewe that comes in second. She's very, very sound on her feet and legs. In motion, she wants to take her front end to the ground just a little bit, and I'll ding her for that, but I think she's got a lot of good positive pieces about her in terms of squareness of her edge. The next one, I think that's the nice-headed ewe. I think she's really a little bit maybe more stouter in terms of her feature, in terms of her footwork, and I appreciate that about her. She gets a little plainer about her front end, how that builds on the outside of her shoulder, and then a little plainer as we get back into her in terms of her handle, in terms of her top shape. I'm not saying she doesn't handle good. I think that's a very nice ewe that come into second. If you want to flop those two for certain reasons, I think you can. I think that's a real high-end pair there to go 1-2. Third one, a little trouble sheep for me. One that is super long-sided. She's very, very fresh. She just doesn't hold together and balance quite as nice from the side maybe as those first two do. But again, very stout. She comes out of her shoulder good. She's extremely long from her 13th rib, and I love that about her. I think a nice third whole sheep for us. Another trouble sheep here in 4, and this one is just at the end of the day, she's just too short coupled for me. I wish we could just stretch her out, but when they get her stuck, she designs up extremely good. For a shorter bodied sheep, she's got some darn nice pieces. Again, very nice about her head. She's extremely stout in terms of her foot. If we could stretch her out just a nickel from flank to flank, and then when we present her from her 13th rib, we could stretch her out. I have a case to get her way up here. I think there's a lot of good in that female. When we get her into stride, she just strides the little shorter stride for us. A really neat ewe comes to us in 5th, and maybe you want to move this ewe up at times, and I do too. I think that's a real stout, good-headed female in terms of a Southdown. She gets a little bolder in her breastplate and her shoulder for me, specifically in motion, and that's where you see it the most. But, man, there's a lot of good in her. She's long, she's growthy, and she looks like a Southdown. Let's give her a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Exceptional Katahdin ewe drive. Especially for a junior show, this is 6 really nice individuals out here. I think all have bright futures. My compliments to the breeders and whoever the people are that are putting these together, making those breeding decisions about now or a little past or maybe coming up real soon. Keep doing what you're doing. They've come a long way, and congratulations. We'll kind of mix things up, and then we'll talk these first 3 a little bit. Spring ewe lamb down here on the end, real stylish, attractive kind of a sheep. Love the center body in this one. Is she, for as far along as she is, and in terms of capacity, does she have enough thickness in that leg? That's for you to decide. I thought she won that class for me, that being granted. Fall ewe lamb, tremendous on her feet and legs. Love the bone work on that one. Like the way this one moves. Like we talked in class, just a real sound, complete meat and potatoes kind of sheep, but one that is super high quality. Young lady brings us a yearling ewe up on the end, tremendously good bodied, as good a top sheep as I've had my hands on here today, and I would venture to guess we'll have the rest of the day. But I think a ewe that has a lot of high quality. Would I like to turn those front feet in just a tick? You bet I would, but I think she offers a lot for the Katahdin breed and sure excelled that class today. Let's go ahead and put your hands for these kids and the breeders, and we'll find you a champion reserve ewe.
In your Katahdin show, your champion from your yearling ewe class. Congratulations, Eva Beckner. Your reserve champion Katahdin ewe from your fall ewe lamb class. Congratulations, Brock Kessler. Once again, congratulations to all of our Katahdin exhibitors. Results of Class 115. That's your first class of Southdown yearling ewes. First place, and congratulations, Quentin Dare. Second place exhibitor, Lily Williamson. Third, Jude Parker. Fourth place exhibitor, Blake Buckland. Fifth was Lily Williamson. Sixth, John Crowder. Seventh place exhibitor, Brody Whitaker. Eighth, Mitchell Brown. 9, Abby Brown. 10th place was Quincy Langenfelder. 11th, Cooper Crowder. 12th place exhibitor, Abby Bratcher. And 13th, Hatley Smokel. Once again, congratulations to those Class 115 yearling ewe exhibitors. In our Southdown show, we have Class 116 in the ring.
Really a nice set of Southdown ewes here in Class 2 of our yearlings. And again, some differences floating, and we can see that from the outside. We'll talk about them here. I think we get a pair of fresh ones here on top that have plenty of shape about them. And then the first one, there's just more of her. I think this one lays in her shoulder extremely good. She's got so much femininity about her, and then yet her underline is tremendous. Her barrel and rib and body, the way she lays that flank in, and she does that not only stuck, but she does it in motion. I think just an awfully nice female. Get your hands on her. There's a lot of squareness about her. She's big in her rack. She's big in her loin, and just transitions that very nicely down her top line. Just an awfully smooth package here with a lot of shape about her. I think that's a nice one. The next one is a little more moderate, and man, I tell you, I dig this one as well. I didn't sit in here to find moderate ones that just beat these bigger ones, but this one is a tremendous sheep just in the way she's built. She's very, very fresh. She is a little bit moderate in her size, and I'll give her that, but I think a darn good breeding piece. I mean, she's just so neat in terms of her front. Got so much shape about her, and her stifle shape is so good and very, very fluid in motion. I think just a very high end one. If we had a little more of her just in size and scale, Mike can get around that first one, but really a darn good pair there in 1 and 2. Great big ewe comes 3, and you don't want to ding these ewes for being growthy. This one just doesn't balance up quite as nicely as those first two, but boy, there's a lot of good in that one. Great Southdown head about her, very, very stout in terms of her feet work. Just in terms of balance from her side profile, her shoulder doesn't lay in quite as nicely. She maybe doesn't have quite as much power there in her 3/4 view, but certainly growthy and a massive type of ewe that I think we can breed any kind of ram and make extremely good ones. Same story here in 4, just a great big female, and you appreciate the growth. Again, maybe a little piecier as she works back in and hooks up in her hip loin, but a lot of good in that one as well. We'll keep her in that lineup. Very stout, nice headed, and they've got her presented extremely well. The young man brings us 1 and 5 that just kind of kept working her way up here. This sheep doesn't have quite as much shape as maybe a couple of them ahead of her, but a lot of good in that one. When you get your hands on her, you can tell she's just not quite as edgy about her top shape, but beautiful headed ewe. This one in motion is extremely good, young man. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together, a nice set.
Our Southdown show, your next class will be pair of yearling ewes. Southdown pair of yearling ewes in the ring, please. Results of Class 116, your second yearling ewe class. First place, and congratulations, Jude Parker. Second place exhibitor, Brantley Platt. Third, Alexis Cook. Fourth place exhibitor, Braden Buckland. Fifth, Joseph Schounts. Sixth place was Francis Brennan. Seventh, Brody Barker. Eighth place exhibitor, Lucas Wilson. Ninth, Anna Steiner. 10th place was also Anna Steiner. 11th, Drew Hoflinger. 12th, John Altoff. 13th was Adelia Thomas. Once again, congratulations to those Class 116 yearling ewe exhibitors.
really deep class of wool sheep on this side. Ewe that kind of overpowers the rest of the class in terms of just overall size and dimension. A nice centered sheep, a good hip sheep, a sheep that's good on the move, adequate fleeced in my mind, a kind of a logical place to start. The treble sheep for me is the ewe here in second. Beautiful fleece, prepared a little differently. There's a little more a solid layer on that outside, but when you break that crust open, a beautiful fleece sheep. For a yearling ewe, we've got to make her more rugged, a little stouter at the ground, a little bigger centered kind of a sheep. If you just, I mean, in the end, they all get sheared, and this one just needs to be more massive for me to move up ahead. But sure, like that one's fleece when you get past out that outer crust. The ewe in third is my fleece treble of the top five. A ewe that's real stylish and attractive through her front end. She shortens up quite a bit on the move. A ewe that's fleece is just not nearly as uniform. That's a two ahead of her today. Young lady brings us maybe the nicest fleece of the top five. A real uniform, open, a lot of luster in that. But that ewe, her hip needs to be improved quite a bit to move up. A little lower shouldered kind of a sheep, but a sheep that does have a beautiful fleece. As does the ewe here in fifth, a real nice fleece sheep. But for a yearling ewe, we've got to make a lot more of her to compete with the ones ahead of her today.
In the ring on our Southdown show, we have Class 118. Class 118, fall ewe lambs in the ring. Results of Class 223, 223. That is your Lincoln Yearling U class. First place, and congratulations, Emerson St. Armor. Second place exhibitor Abby Brown. Third was also Emerson St. Armor. Fourth place exhibitor Adeline Jester. Fifth, Tessa Hartwick. Sixth, Caleb Klein. Seventh place exhibitor Waylon Jester. Eighth, Abby Brown. Ninth was Mitchell Brown. 10th place exhibitor Charlotte Lane. And 11th was also exhibited by Charlotte Lane. Once again, congratulations to those Class 223 Lincoln Yearling U exhibitors.
Nice trio of sheep over here on the east side in the Lincoln Drive. All three of these ewes have a real high quality. Fleeces are all a little different, but super uniform. A lot of luster. Appreciate that about them. Young lady, the only downfall to that one is that it's a temperament. She's extremely good down her top. Her fleece is very good. Good on her feet and legs. Like that one quite a bit. I'm glad she's settled down for these young ladies. The ewe in second, real high quality sheep as well. A sheep we've got to lift her tail, head on the move, level her out over her hip, maybe perhaps give her a touch more bone compared to the ewe that wins the class, but a ewe that has a really high luster fleece, so sure appreciate that about her. Young lady brings us one in third. Again, just need to be more of her. She's not nearly as rugged, not as full, not as their capacity is not near what the first two sheep are, but a sheep with a really bright fleece, a little straighter kind of a fleece for Lincoln. Wish it had just a little more curl to it, but a sheep you sure admire for its length of body and its feet and legs.
Here on the Southdown side of the ring, we get into our first class of fall ewe lambs, and a lot of differences in the fall ewe lamb class can vary in age, and so we've got some different maturity levels here. The first one is just wicked in movement. That thing gets out and goes extremely good, holds her shoulder up, very cocky about her front end, dead level in terms of her design, and plenty of shape about her. Maybe not quite as much lower stifle shape as we have with this ewe in second, but an awfully nice one there. If we're going to get real critical, maybe like to just darken her pigment on her nose if we could, just a hair. There is some pigmentation there, but an awfully nice female to lead off with. Our next one closely follows her. Got a little bit more back there in her britches, and I appreciate that about her. She's not quite as neat in terms of how she lays her shoulder in, specifically in motion and how she holds it up, but another real nice headed ewe with some stoutness about her. I think two really high-end ones there to lead off with. Our third one, a little trouble sheep for me. I want to knock her breastplate off of her and just clean her up down low there if we can, but after that sheep's got a lot of good. She's very stout. She's got a lot of shape when you get your hands on her, big in her hip and pin, and then in motion is extremely good. If we get to shave that breastplate off of her, for me, we can work her all the way up. I think that's an awfully nice female there. Next ewe is just a real smooth, neat patterned one here. Maybe doesn't have the most fancy head or the most ideal head for the Southdown breed here, but got a lot of good about her. Her swoop to her underline is good. She's very good in terms of her touch, and they've got her fed extremely well. She's very fresh. I think that's a nice female. Then the big ewe that's going to tip the scale, and you could work her in a couple different spots for me. You could even lead off of this ewe if you want to and say, man, that's the growthy one. That's the bigger one here, and going to be the most massive one maybe as a yearling ewe. I like that female. She's got a lot of good about her. For me, maybe not quite as edgy in terms of her handle, maybe not quite as blown apart in her pin set, but right up on her toes, nice headed. That's a real good set of fall ewe lambs. Congratulations.
In our Southdown show, your next class will be Class 119. Class 119, that's second class of fall ewe lambs. In the ring, please. In our Lincoln side of the show, the results of your fall ewe lamb class. Class 225, Lincoln Fall Ewe Lambs, first place, and congratulations, Emerson St. Armor. Second place exhibitor, Adeline Jester, and third was Charlotte Lane. Results of our Southdown Fall Ewe Lamb class, Class 118. That first class of Southdown Fall Ewe Lambs. First place, and congratulations, McCoy Van Hook. Second place exhibitor, Gabrielle Tipton. Third was Francis Brennan. Fourth place exhibitor, Alexis Gottshaw. Fifth, Abby Brown. Sixth place exhibitor, Mitchell Brown. 7, Brody Whitaker. Eighth place was Roland Smoke. 9th, Adelia Thomas. 10th, Drew Hofinger. And 11th was Quincy Langenfelder. Once again, congratulations to those Class 118 Southdown Fall Ewe Lamb exhibitors.
super high quality class of Lincoln spring ewe lambs in the east side here. One that wins just kind of for fun in my book. Travels extremely well, good on her feet and legs, straight as a string down her top. All 5 of these ewes all come in. Their fleeces are all a little different, but they're all, the fleece is not a sword in my book. It's kind of nice just to be able to sort the sheep for the sheep and not the fleece, so they're all that high quality. A ewe perhaps maybe in a little bit, she's just tame as a dog, but she tends to tuck that shoulder just a tick, but on the move that comes right up when she decides to wake up and act like she's alive today, but one that high quality Lincoln ewe lamb. Young lady brings us one here in second that perhaps is a little more extended through that front end, a little deeper sided sheep. We've got to change that hip quite a bit on that one. She tucks her tail head underneath her on the move. Nice set of feet and legs. High quality white Lincoln ewe lamb to be second. Young man brings us a little longer sided, a little more extended kind of a sheep. We've got to change that one's top line when you get your hands on her. A little broken behind her shoulder, a little higher loin. You need to settle that top in to compete today. A young lady brings us another one with a really high quality fleece. Again, we've got to change that one from her last rib back. She's a little higher hip, a little lower dock kind of a sheep, but a sheep that has sure done well, a productive kind of a sheep. Young lady brings us a little more stylish one than perhaps in the one ahead of her, but one that's just entirely too short-sighted for me. I think that one's got a bright future. It looks a little more immature, a little greener perhaps in her handle than the ones ahead of her. A real nice project to be 5th in this class.
You're very welcome. In our Lincoln show, your next class will be pair of ewe lambs. Pair of ewe lambs, just single entry in that class. Following our pair class, we will select your champion and reserve champion, Lincoln ewe. Results of our Lincoln ewe lamb class 226, Lincoln ewe lambs. First place, and congratulations, Abby Brown. Second place exhibitor, Mitchell Brown. Third, Waylon Jester. Fourth place was Adeline Jester. Fifth, Stella Hartwick. Sixth place was Tessa Hartwick, and 7th, Charlotte Lane.
Really a nice set of Southdowns here in our second class of fall ewe lambs. And again, I think some differences floating, but certainly you get out here with a lot of quality, and you can do a couple different things here for us. Be the first to admit, at times the first one, when that one really gets to driving, she wants to maybe take her rear hocks in just a hair, just a fraction. But that female's got a lot of good about her. She's really elevated up through her front. I love her underline just in terms of barrel and body. You get your hands on her, lots of dimension, big pin set in her, and then very sound on her feet and legs in motion. I get behind her. I think she sets them square. When she goes to pushing, she wants to just hock them in just ever so slightly. That's what I see there. I think that's a high-end female, though, to lead off with. Our next one, just big and massive in terms of her top shape. Huge rack, huge loin, and huge hip in that female with some stoutness about her. She maybe doesn't build out of her front end quite as nicely maybe as that first shoe does, but boy, has she got a lot of dimension to her. Big pin set in her and just super rugged in terms of her bone work. I like that female a bunch. If we could give her just a little more up and out about her compared to that class winner, we might have a lead off you there as well. I think a bright future in this one and third, and I read this one to be maybe the bigger yearling ewe of this drive. This female today maybe just doesn't have quite as much power working down her top as maybe those first two ewes do, but boy, is she elevated. She's very nice headed. She's sound on her feet and legs with some extra stretch and style about her. I think that's going to be a really good one as we continue to feed her on here in the fall. We get in the green shavings, and in November, things might change. That female is going to continue to grow here for us. Another real stout, heavy muscle one comes to us in fourth. like a lot about her. Just a darn good one in terms of her handle. Gets a little bit shorter coupled in terms of maybe how she's built there in her body compared to a couple of them that lead off, but big stout foot underneath her. Just another one they've got presented extremely well. I love that female as well. Young lady rounds out the top 5 with a darn good one. That one, again, has got lots of shape about her. Again, very stout and a beautiful headed female in terms of her Southdown breed character. Again, very, very tough class of fall ewe lambs. Let's put our hands together. Congratulations.
On our Lincoln side of the ring, we are selecting your champion and reserve champion, Lincoln ewe. From our yearling ewe class, your first place exhibitor, Emerson St. Armor. Second place was Abby Brown. Your fall ewe lamb class, first place exhibitor, Emerson St. Armor. Second, Adeline Jester. And from your spring ewe lamb class, your first place exhibitor, Abby Brown. Second place, Mitchell Brown. Results of Class 119. Class 119, that's your Southdown Fall Ewe Lamb class. Southdown Fall Ewe Lamb class. First place, and congratulations, Caden Dare. Second place exhibitor, Drew Hoflinger. Third was Levi Willman. Fourth place exhibitor, Levi Recker. Fifth, Lila Schwartz. Sixth place exhibitor, John Crowder. Seventh, Braxton Green. Eighth place exhibitor, Ava Higginbotham. Ninth, Peyton Stevens. 10th place was Olivia Sanchez. And 11th was Samantha Shouts. Once again, congratulations to those Class 119 Southdown Fall Ewe Lamb exhibitors. In the ring on our Southdown side is our senior champion and reserve senior champion drive. While our judges are checking out our Lincoln division, I will go ahead and introduce our Southdown senior drive. That first class of Southdown yearling ewes, your first place exhibitor, Quentin Dare. Second place, Lily Williamson. Class 116, your second yearling ewe class. First place exhibitor, Jude Parker. Second place exhibitor, Brantley Platt. Your first fall ewe lamb class, your first place exhibitor, McCoy Van Hook. Second place exhibitor, Gabrielle Tipton. And from your second fall ewe lamb class, your first place exhibitor, Caden Dare. Second place exhibitor, Drew Hoflinger.
A really exceptional Lincoln ewe drive over here today. Again, maybe not real high on numbers, but exceptional in quality. I think you've got 6 sheep that really will play later on this fall, and they're all good, adequate enough fleece, but I think we've got 2 out here that separate themselves in terms of quality of feet and legs, and this is a show, so they have to have a certain amount of style and balance and kind of pretty, and I think we've got 2 that excel one in that area. Let's give these folks a really nice round of applause. We'll select your champion reserve.
And your champion, Lincoln ewe exhibitor, congratulations, Emerson St. Armor. Your reserve champion, congratulations, Abby Brown.
Well, here on the Southdown side of the ring, let's put our hands together here for our senior champion. Two extremely good classes of yearling ewes and two extremely good classes of fall ewe lambs come out here for us, and just wild in terms of quality. There's some differences floating, and we keep saying that, or I keep saying it anyway, and it's true, and that's what breeding sheep is all about. There's a pair of them out here, and then we discussed them here, and I kind of told him where my head was at, and he kind of agrees, and so we're kind of on the same page here. We think we've got a big yearling ewe that comes out of Class 2 that in motion, he maybe doesn't get her head up and out of her quite as nice as you would like, but I think that sheep lays good in her shoulder. She's very, very smooth. She'll be our senior champion today. And then for reserve, it maybe closes up just a nickel. I think that this fall ewe lamb that comes out of that late class is just wild in terms of body and shape. We said in class, at times when she pushes really hard, she wants to hawk in just ever so slightly, and that's being real critical. I think she's awfully good. She'll be our reserve. Congratulations.
And your senior champion in your Southdown show from your second class of yearlings. Congratulations, Jude Parker. Your reserve senior champion from that second fall ewe lamb class, Caden Dare. Once again, congratulations to our senior division Southdown exhibitors.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're at kind of a highlight of the junior show at our Indiana State Fair. And guys, this is one of the best ones you'll ever go to anywhere in the state fair. And it takes a lot of organization, and it takes a lot of planning and things to get everything tied together. And we're to a point in our history in this sheep barn that we've got two ladies that I'd like to recognize, and they don't always get the credit they deserve about how smooth that this thing runs and how smooth it goes. Their leadership has just been instrumental, and a lot of times they're just quiet behind the scenes and they don't get recognized for what they do. And we want to recognize our two leaders, and all the people in the office want to thank you for letting us work beside you. Our family wants to thank you for that too. This will be the part that'll break me up a little bit. We've got a couple of cutouts that a very special lady left for you guys. And I want to recognize her too. Linda Barnett. And thanks a bunch. Guys, if you would, we're going to have a little visitation behind the bleachers. We've got some cupcakes for you, and as long as they last, we're going to have Cindy and Gwen back there and show your appreciation. Tell them your good moments about being here at the Indiana State Fair. Thank both of you.
Well, if we are ready, bring in those Montadale yearling ewes, class 228. Montadale yearling ewes in the ring. And we will get our Southdown judge back. I think he had a biological break, and we'll be ready to get back underway with our Southdown show. In our east ring, we have Class 228 Montadale yearling ewes. Now, Southdown exhibitors, if you'd please bring in that Class 120 Southdown Spring Ewe Lambs in the ring, please.
Real interesting class of Montadale yearling ewes, and to be just perfectly honest, I don't think we've got one that really drives away in the distance itself from any of the others. Definitely two different types on the top end, and I kind of think of which one would be the the hardest to make if you had a group of ewes at home. And I think for a Montadale, the one that leads the class, kind of has some extreme pieces in terms of bone and stoutness and strength at top, extremely level hip kind of a sheep. I would sure like to pick that breastplate up in her on the move, but I think the body from flank to flank or flank to pins is extremely good in that one. Love the feet and legs on that one. A nice place to start. The young man brings us a fitted one here in second. Sure like she's very elegant on the move, extremely up-fronted, high-headed kind of a sheep. You sure appreciate that about her. We've got to fix that tail head. She's a pretty steep hip kind of a sheep from hooks to pins. Like to loosen her up, drop her spine in her quite a bit on the move, but one you sure admire is stuck and standing still, a quarter into you picture. She would sure take a nice one. The young lady brings us one that, quite honestly, if her temperament was a little better and she traveled better, I think she could find her way to the other end. She's kind of the combination of the first two sheep, but you get her on the move, she's really uncoordinated, and I think it's more of a temperament thing than what she actually is. But you sure admire the length of body, the length of side that one has. Extremely good set of feet and legs, like that one, except for what's between her ears. The young man brings us one here in third, another slick shorn sheep, a sheep that's a longer sided, real extended, pretty fronted kind of a ewe. We sure admire that about her. We've got to get her more down her top, drop her spine a little bit, raise her tail head to compete with the two ahead of her today. The young lady rounds out the class, has one that's just got too much color on her for me to move her up anymore today, but you sure admire the length of side this one has to round out the class.
We did that on purpose, Aaron, just to keep everybody awake. In our Montadale show, we should be ready for our pair of yearling ewes, just a single entry in our pair class. Results of your Class 228 Montadale yearling ewes. First place, and congratulations, Caleb Klein. Second place, exhibitor Easton Novak. Third, Caleb Klein. Fourth place, exhibitor Mason Goodwin, and fifth was Reese Kinnaman. Once again, congratulations to those Class 228 yearling ewe exhibitors.
Well, I think a real fun class over here in the Southdowns in this early ewe lambs. And again, maybe like we said, there's a few differences floating, but boy, I tell you, we've got a ripping set here to talk through. And I think the first one is just wicked in terms of kind of everywhere. That sheep is beautiful headed in terms of her Southdown breed character. She's very sound, very smooth, and very shapely. Just very fluid when we put her into motion. And that's where she gets the nod over that, maybe that second one that's just a little bit more beefier and more powerful. This one is just so fluid in what she does in terms of her balance and holding herself together in motion. I think very high-end one there. The next one is what she is. Super muscled up, big power, big bubbly muscle there in her stifle, and I love that about her. She's also got some extra stoutness about her bone. In motion, maybe just a little piecier as she builds out of her rack into her loin. Maybe gets a little coarser in her shoulder, but an awfully nice female there from a breeding standpoint. I think that's going to be fun to get some babies out of. I think just an awfully nice pair there in one or two. The next one comes comes to us a little bit more bold in her shoulder, wants to just take her front into the ground ever so slightly. But after that, from that front shoulder back, that one is wicked in how she's built. A big rack and big loin and big hip in that one, again with some stoutness. If we could just fancy her up in her shoulder and breastplate just a nickel, get her a little more up and out about herself, we'll have a little more of a case there. Next one, another very smooth, square-edged one. This one does run out of maybe just sheep in terms of handle today, but I think this one reads to be an awfully big yearling ewe come next year. She lays in her shoulder good, extremely smooth and big back as she goes back in through her pins. I dig that female a whole bunch as well. Just from a handle standpoint, maybe doesn't touch it with as much squareness in terms of her edges as we have in those first three. And then a big outlined one here come into 5. Going to be a great big yearling ewe, no doubt about it. Today we just run out of some shape, specifically there in her 3/4 view, but you got to give her some nods for having that look about her, that appeal, and the growth. I think that's a nice set. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Just a single entry here in the Montadale ewe lamb class, but I think a really high quality one. She zigged while the guy cutting her out zagged, and she's got a little bit of a patch out of her side, but we won't hold that against her. But a ewe that's super good body, great on her feet and legs, extended kind of a sheep on the move. She kind of fixes some of the problems that the yearling ewe this young man showed in terms of travel and hip some, but a really nice kind of a female to be a lone entry in this class.
Our Montadale show. First place exhibitor in your fall ewe lamb class. Congratulations, Easton Novak. Your next class will be your spring ewe lambs, class 231. Montadale spring ewe lambs in the ring. Results of Class 120. Southdown Spring Ewe Lambs, first place, and congratulations, Caden Clevenger. Second place exhibitor, Jacob Thompson. Third, Emma Meyer. Fourth place, Braden Buckland. Fifth, Jude Parker. Sixth place exhibitor, Caden Dare. Seventh, Blake Buckland. Eighth place, Brody Baker. Ninth was Anna Steiner. 10th, Allie Titus. 11th place exhibitor, Braxton Green. Other exhibitors include Bryce Williams, Lila Street, and Gracie Wunderlich. Once again, congratulations to those Class 120 Southdown Spring Ewe Lamb exhibitors. Sorry, yep. So this is 121 in the ring, correct? Yes. Okay. Once again, Southdown exhibitors, your next class will be 122, class
Another real nice set here in our spring ewe lambs as we continue on here, and I think there's 5 classes of these, and so I don't really know what the age is exact, but we're in the late Jans and early Febs, I think, and really a nice group again. I think we get one on top, and you hate to say that one just kind of walks away with it, but I think this one honestly does here. This female just got a lot of dimension to her. She's extremely sound, in motion, balances up extremely well, got some stoutness about her. If you want to get real critical and say maybe she's just a tick dark, and again, I didn't write the book on the Southdown breed character. For me, she may be just a tick dark, but I think she ties that color all the way through. Female has got some rib and body about her. I think this is an awfully nice one to lead off with. The next one keeps hitting me. I dig this sheep in terms of her front end, and watch that one move about her front end. She holds her cockiness and the point of her shoulders extremely well. She's raw compared to the sheep on either side of her, pretty green and immature, but she's got some squareness of edge. He gets her propped up there, and she lays in her shoulder extremely good. She's good on her toes. I think this is an awfully nice female there. Maybe, again, could have a little bit more wool about her head if you're going to get critical, but darn neat one there to follow in second hole. Big ewe going to tip the scale, being the heavier one here in third, and I love the growth and dimension of this female. Beautiful headed, nice about her points. Again, I think read this one to be a big yearling ewe. Compared to those two, I think she just runs out of muscle shape there in her stifle, but boy, is she dead level. Got some nice pieces about her, no doubt. I think that's going to be an awfully nice and fun yearling ewe to come show next year. Little smaller statured one here in 4, and this one's a little troubled. This one doesn't want to move out for the young lady quite as nice as I'm sure even she wants her to. She just gets a little bit bolder in her shoulder, maybe lowers that front end to the ground just a nickel, but boy, is she stout in terms of shape. Got a big rack and big loin in her, huge stifle shape about her, and I dig that about her. Just wish we could get her a little more up and out to get her a little more further along here, but darn nice one there in terms of some pieces and parts, and a real smooth one to round out the top 5 with. Again, just handles really good, really smooth, maybe not quite as fancy as a couple of them that lead off, get ahead of her, but darn good set all the way through. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Another nice class of Montadale females on this side. Again, one of those classes that we didn't have one in my mind that just really, not that they didn't want to win, but they just weren't built to really separate themselves. But we kind of settled on the ewe lamb here. I think it's kind of the combination, the least fault, or the most fault-free one. Ewe that's really good center-bodied, love her top, travels around the ring well enough for me. Feminine through that front end, a nice place to start. The young lady's ewe lamb in second. You certainly gravitate towards that one in terms of length of body and style and femininity. She could sure benefit from a good hoof trimming and perhaps a little more time on that halter. She prances and dances a little more than what I prefer. But the length of body and femininity through that front end, we've just got to handle her better at the ground on the move. But one that I think has a bright future to be a nice kind of a yearling ewe. Young man brings us an extended fronted one here in third. She tends to tuck that neck down versus up a little bit. Better hip sheep than the ewe lamb in fourth, but like this one in terms of length of body again. Young man has the power sheep here in fourth. Ewe that's for a slick sheared sheep. She's too steep from hooks to pins, but again, sure admire the feet and the legs and the amount of bone work in that one to be in fourth hole. Young man brings us a real fancy, attractive kind of sheep. We've got to lengthen that one out quite a bit in her hind saddle to compete with the 4 ahead of her today.
Results of Class 231. Class 231, that's your spring Montadale ewe lamb class. First place, and congratulations, Eva Beckner. Second place exhibitor, Lindsay Peterson. Third, Kaysen Shepard. Fourth place was Caleb Klein. Fifth, Easton Novak. Sixth place exhibitor, Caleb Klein. And 7 was Mason Goodwin. Once again, congratulations to those Class 231 Montadale Spring Ewe Lamb exhibitors. Montadale, your next class will be your pair of Spring Ewe Lambs. Pair of ewe lambs already did, so we are ready to select your champion and reserve champion Montadale ewe. Your first place yearling Montadale ewe, Caleb Klein. Second place exhibitor, Easton Novak. From your fall ewe lamb class, we just had a single entry. First place exhibitor, Easton Novak. And from your spring ewe lamb class, once again, your first place exhibitor, Eva Beckner. Second place was Lindsay Peterson. Results of your Southdown Class 121. Southdown ewe lamb Class 121, first place, and congratulations, Lily Williamson. Second place exhibitor, John Crowder. Third, Levi Willman. Fourth place was Miranda Moneyheffer. Fifth place exhibitor, Annabella Jessup. Seventh, Rainey Gallagher. Rainey was sixth place. Sixth place exhibitor, Rainey Gallagher. Seventh, Morgan Tallman. Eighth place exhibitor, Francis Brennan. Ninth was Riley Geertz. 10th place, Elena Smith. Other exhibitors include Lindsay Peterson, Anna Roski, and Adelia Thomas. Once again, congratulations to those Class 121 Southdown Spring Ewe Lamb exhibitors. In our Southdown show, we have Class 122 in the ring. Class 122 Southdown Spring Ewe Lambs in the ring.
Really nice set of Montadale's ewes out here for your champion drive. Again, I think it doesn't matter slicked or fitted. We've got to gravitate to the ones that do the most unique things in these champion drives. And I think there's one out here for the type of sheep she is. Does some things that you don't see a lot in the Montadale breed. And we'll go out and name your champion reserve ewes today. Let's give these young people a nice round of applause.
In our Montadale show, your champion, Montadale exhibitor. Congratulations, Caleb Klein from your yearling ewe division. Your reserve champion, Montadale, from your ewe lamb division. Congratulations, Eva Beckner. Once again, congratulations to all of our Montadale ewe exhibitors. Our next class in our East Ring will be your natural colored yearling ewes, Class 233. Natural colored yearling ewes in the ring, please.
fun group to sort here on the Southdown side. We've got a pair of them on top that I think are just extremely good in terms of their shape, and then we got a pair that come into the trio of the next ones that are maybe just a little stretchier, maybe a little more femininity about their front end at times. I think some nice pieces and parts floating through here. I dig the first one just in terms of shape. You get your hands on her, just massive, yet some look about her in terms of her femininity. She lays in her shoulder good. At times in motion, and I think this is mostly an attitude, she's wanting to kind of push her front end down, but I think she's built good there. They get her propped up. She's very, very square in terms of her edges, very, very stout in terms of her footwork. I think that's an awfully neat one. I think the next one just closely follows her. She's not quite as good in terms of how she's built in her shoulder, but boy, is she good in terms of her handle. Big again in terms of her top shape. I love that one, stifle and three-quarter view, and again, very nice about her head. I think we keep those paired together. I think that's an awfully good pair. Young lady brings you a really neat one here in third. This one runs out of just a three-quarter view and stifle shape compared to those first two, but I love this female just in terms of her look. Her head is extremely good. She's extremely level as she goes down her top line and back in through her hip. If we could give her just a shot more three-quarter, we'd have a little more of a case there. I think that's a darn nice one to come into third hole, young lady. The young man brings us a big outlined one here in four, and I dig some things about this sheep. She's very fluid. She's very balanced in motion. When you get your hands on her, there's not quite as much true dimension or squareness of edges that we have in those three that get ahead of her, but boy, is she up on her toes. I read that one to be a great big yearling ewe come next year. Just an awfully neat piece there to round out into four. Five comes to us. This guy props this one up. Just looks like $1 million at times. Like to hook her just a little nicer in her hip loin, and I think that's going to do that as she matures. She's really green and really raw compared to a couple of them. I love her on her toes, though. Her breed character is extremely good. They've got her presented really nicely. Another really good set of Southdown females. Let's put our hands together. Congratulations.
We are ready for Southdown Class 123. Class 123, Southdown Spring Ewe Lambs in the ring, please.
Interesting class of natural colored yearling ewes. I think we've got two that kind of pair up nicely, and then kind of an outlier kind of to round the class out. We'll talk through them the way I see them. Tremendously good, bodied sheep here in first. A sheep that is really true down her top. A big center cage in this one. A great set of feet and legs. You know, you've got to decide between one and two. Do you take a little more extended sheep, or you take one that's super good bodied? And I sure would like to. I sure wish she didn't urinate on herself, but that's part of getting one that fat and that ready. And unfortunately today, and for today's shows, you kind of have to have them prepared like that to compete, and that sure doesn't help that problem on that one. But one that is super good on the move, exceptionally soft fleece in this one. For me, a logical place to start. Young man brings us an extremely attractive, pretty kind of a ewe here in second. One that's really up and out in her front end. But a ewe, if you peel that wool off from her navel back, she gets really high flanked and really shallow in the back third of her. But a sheep that's, again, good on her feet and legs, really extended. I think her better days are in front of her. We'll round out the class with a big, high-performing kind of a sheep, a real tall frame sheep. She's the most ill-built on the move, a ewe that really drops her chest. Neck really comes out of the point of her shoulder versus the top of her back. But sure admire the length of body in that sheep, a sheep that's good enough fleeced. We've just got to change the way that one's built.
Results of your natural color yearling ewe class. First place, and congratulations, Laney Mendenhall. Second place, exhibitor Grant Newmeister. And third, Harper St. Armor. Our next class in our natural colored show, fall ewe lambs. Class 234, full ewe lambs in the ring. In our Southdown show, results of Class 122. Class 122, Southdown Spring Ewe Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Jaden Moneyheffer. Second place was also exhibited by Jaden Moneyheffer. Third, Emma Thompson. Thompson. Fourth place exhibitor, Jude Parker. Fifth, Braden Buckland. Sixth place, Samantha Maidal. Seventh, Drew Hoflinger. Eighth place, Isabella Thompson. Ninth place exhibitor, Riley Geertz. 10th, Emmy Lou Reinhardt. Other exhibitors include Lucas Wilson, Olivia Sanchez, and Kaylee Goins. Once again, congratulations to those Class 122 Southdown Spring Ewe Lamb exhibitors.
a class that kind of definitely has two pairs in it, and I'll grant you, I sure would like to change. I've mentioned a few times, and I'm not a guy that's hung up on how big one's bones and feet are, but these two that lead the class are borderline too refined for me, but in any species, the more extended you make them, the finer they become. That's the battle. We're going to start with a ewe up here on the end. It's first off real green in her handle, a real extended, real pretty fronted kind of a sheep. Like I talked, I sure would like to give her another shot of bone and kind of improve her in that aspect. But you get past that one's got a lot of style, extremely straight topped, a good hip kind of a sheep that travels real nice. Young lady here in second has one real similar to that, a little deeper body, deeper sided kind of a sheep. Her neck set does not come out of the top of her back as compared to the ewe that wins the class, but a sheep that has a really nice fleece as well, a big volume kind of a sheep. We've got to change those front feet quite a bit for me to move her up. You fix those, I go ahead and use that ewe to win the class. The young lady brings us a real complete, functional, sound kind of sheep here in third, one that lacks some show ring presence and style to compete, but you sure admire the mass this one has, the fleece she has, good topped, good moving kind of sheep to be third. Young lady brings us a real fancy, real beautiful fleece kind of a sheep here in fourth, one that's a little more compact, doesn't offer the production or performance as a 3 ahead of her today.
Here on the Southdown side of the ring, another real fun class of females to sort through. I think we've got one more left for the babies, and I think a female that just offers a lot of good here, and just in terms of shape, and like we've been talking about, the squareness of her edges. I love her three-quarter view. I think from her rear flank, as she swoops back in that three-quarter and that stifle shape, I think is tremendous. At times she wants to be just a fraction choppy at what she does with her feet in motion, and that's being real critical of one that maybe had a little treadmill time. I think that female is really, really good. She's got some up and out about her. She's nice about her head. She's stout about her bone work, and then tremendous in terms of her squareness. I think this is an awfully neat one there to lead off with. The next couple present some different problems here for us. The next one is so fresh and so good looking when he gets her propped up. At times you want to say maybe that one's just a fraction bolder in her shoulder design, maybe compared to a couple of them on either side of her, but when he gets her propped up, and again, very nice headed ewe, she's so fresh and good in terms of her handle, very, very stout. I like her black points about her hooves. I think just an awfully neat one there. She's not quite as massive or as square maybe as that one that comes ahead of her, but a lot of good in that female that comes to us in second. Third one comes to us, and the next two get a little bolder in their shoulder design. I'd just like to give them just a little more whistle about their front end, just a little more neatness about their front end, if they will. But both of them are very stout, very, very square, and move extremely good in terms of their balance. We just get them a little bit neater about their front and have a little more of a case there. And then we round out the top five with another real fresh one here, where I get her into five. Just like to build her out of her hip and pin, just a little square, a little neater, maybe compared to a couple of them. But is she level? Yes. Really good about her head in terms of her breed character. Another very nice one there. Congratulations. Let's give them a big round of applause.
In our natural colored show, we should have spring ewe lambs, natural colored spring ewe lambs in the ring. Following our spring ewe lamb class, we will have a single entry pair class, and then we will select your champion and reserve champion natural colored ewe. In our Southdown show, we are ready for Class 124. Class 124 in the ring, please. Results of natural colored Class 234. 234, that's your natural colored fall ewe lambs. First place, and congratulations, Caitlin Shakel. Second place exhibitor, Harper St. Armor. Third, Arabella Clifton, and fourth was Julianne Bergman. In our Southdown show, Class 123, Southdown Spring Ewe Lambs, Class 123, first place, and congratulations, Landry Krieger. Second place exhibitor, Braxton Sedgwick. Third, Lily Williamson. Fourth place, Landry Krieger. Fifth, Felipe Eugene. Sixth place exhibitor, Miranda Moneyheffer. 7, Blake Buckland. Eighth place, Kara Kolb. 9th, Cater Steiner. 10th place, Davany Scheller. Other exhibitors include Bryn Ritter, Ethan McCorkle, and Lily Eisman. Once again, congratulations to those Class 123 Southdown Spring Ewe Lamb exhibitors.
Interesting class of natural colors on this side. We've got two that kind of separate themselves in my book. We're going to use the one that's better built, wider based, a little more rugged at the ground as compared to the ewe in second. A ewe that paints just a really nice picture from the side. A big ribbed, good top kind of a sheep to win this class. The young lady brings this one that next year they're going to need a great big blanket to put on that one. Going to be a real big growthy kind of a sheep. We've just got to make her wider at the ground. She's pretty flat ribbed at this point in her maturity. Sheep, we just got to bold her up quite a bit, and I know that's partially an age situation. Unfortunately for her, today's the day of the show. Young man brings us a valet here in third, a beautiful fleece kind of a sheep. Sheep, we've just got to make him or her better top down his top and give her quite a bit more cover. Ultimately, they're still sheep that we're judging the wool as well, but we've got to have a little bit of confirmation in those, in my opinion, to make them competitive with the sheep ahead of them today.
In our natural colored show, your next class will be pair of ewe lambs. Results of Class 235, your Spring Ewe Lamb class, first place, and congratulations, Lainey Mendenhall. Second place exhibitor Harper St. Armor, and third was Braxton Devlin. Once again, congratulations to our Class 235 Spring Ewe Lamb exhibitors. In our natural colored show, we are ready to select your champion and reserve champion. Natural colored ewe. From your yearling ewe class, your first place exhibitor, Lainey Mendenhall. Second place was Grant Neumeister. Fall ewe lamb class, first place, Caitlin Shakel. Second place, Harper St. Armor. And from your spring ewe lamb class, your first place exhibitor, Lainey Mendenhall. Second, Harper St. Armor. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place natural colored exhibitors.
Again, I think a real nice set of females out here for a champion drive this time in your natural color division. You know, which one's hardest to make? And that's the kind of my criteria on it. I think we've got 4 individuals out here, a real high quality kind of sheep, the 3 on this side, and one of the second place I think is a real interesting kind of sheep. But I don't think any of them are perfect, and I've not seen one yet. But we're going to go out here and select one I think has some really intriguing pieces. We'll see what happens this fall on those green shavings. If the person that's judging them down there can tolerate one little issue, I think we've got kind of a hammer, and then we'll go ahead and find your reserve as well. Let's give these folks a nice round of applause.
Your champion, natural colored breeding ewe. Congratulations from your fall ewe lamb division, Caitlin Shakel. Your reserve champion from your ewe lamb division, Lainey Mendenhall. Once again, congratulations to all of our natural colored breeding ewe exhibitors. In our East Ring, we are ready for our North Country Cheviot show. Please bring in Class 237 North Country Cheviot yearling ewes. In the ring, please.
Here in our last class of Southdown ewe lambs, here in our babies, there's a wide variance of maturity here in this class. Makes it a little bit difficult to put together here. And then there's a few of these sheep that actually look better on the go than they do maybe fighting the exhibitor here. And the one in second, actually the one in first sometimes does too. That one in first gets out and motors like they're supposed to. She holds her front end up really cocky. The point of her shoulders is extremely good. And then she just paddles those feet right where they're supposed to go on all 4 corners. She's got some shape about her. She's got some squareness of edge about her. And yet her underline lays in very nicely. I think that's a very nice one, young man. Congratulations. The next one's one I'm talking about. When this young man puts this one in motion, she looks better on the go than she does when she maybe wants to fight you a little bit. That's an awfully nice female in motion in terms of her balance. She wants to kind of suck her front end down on you just a little bit when you get her stuck. She's a very nice headed ewe with some squareness about her. I think just an awfully neat one there to follow into second hole. Big ewe comes to us in third, and a lot of things you like about her. I like her stretch. I like her from flank to flank. Maybe gives up some dimension to those first 2 ewes, but I read this one is going to be a great big yearling ewe come next year. I appreciate her extra stretch and style and eye appeal. We just need to give her just a notch more of her today to get ahead of those first 2. The shorter coupled one comes to us in 4. Like the dimension and like the muscle shape that she brings to the table. Just like to just stretch her out just a nickel if we could to get ahead of some of them. Then we work into a sheep that has got a lot of nice pieces for me. This one gets a little bit bolder in her shoulder. She gets just a little bit mature maybe for this baby ewe lamb class, but she's super square as she works back in through her loin and back in through her hip with some stoutness about her. I think that's a nice way to end the individual classes. Let's put our hands together. Congratulations on a nice set here.
In our Southdown show, your next class will be pair of spring ewe lambs. Pair of ewe lambs will be next.
New breed here, but the quality sure hasn't dropped off. We've got a kind of a hammer of a yearling ewe up here, a great big bodied, massive kind of a sheep. I'll grant you she's pushing a little more cover than what I prefer, but I think in terms of her peers and her competition out here, she just overpowers them in strength at top. Feet and legs are really nice project for that young man. Young man brings this one here in second, a really good top sheep, straight as a string. She moves extremely well. We've just got to make more of her and to compete with the ewe in second or in first, but a ewe that young man can certainly be proud of. The next ewe in line, a real long-bodied, long one-sided kind of a sheep we've got to raise her tail head to compete with the two ahead of her. But again, give me 10 like that for brood ewes, and we can have a little fun if we get the right buck picked out. The next young man brings us a little more conventional kind of a sheep. Again, a sheep that gets a little rounder in her hip, a little bolder through her shoulder for this guy today, but a good high volume, productive kind of a female to be fourth. To round out the class, we've got a ewe it's too steep hip for me, a ewe that on the move, she tends to raise her top. We've got to settle that loin down in her on the move to move her up today.
Our North Country Cheviot show, your next class will be your Spring Ewe Lamb class, Class 239, North Country Cheviot Spring Ewe Lambs. Oh, we got pairs of yearling ewes first. My apologies. Follow our pair class with our Spring Ewe Lamb class. Results from Southdown, Class 124. Southdown, Class 124. Spring Ewe Lambs, first place, and congratulations, Brody Barker. Second place exhibitor, Elijah Bierman. Third, Cooper Leiniger. Fourth place was also Cooper Leiniger. Fifth, Spencer Cass. Sixth place, Cabry Messersmith. Seventh, Mason Martin. Eighth place exhibitor, Eli Mitchell. 9, Ryan Liggett. 10th place was Lila Swartz. Other exhibitors include Anna Steiner, Shaylin Simpson, and Kaylee Goins. Once again, congratulations to those Class 124 Southdown Spring Ewe Lamb exhibitors. Our next class will be our Junior Champion Drive. Junior Champion Southdown Drive. First place exhibitor from Class 120, Caden Clevenger. Second place exhibitor, Jacob Thompson. From Class 121, oh, I thought we were coming in the ring. I'm ahead of the schedule here. Now we're ready. So there again, from Class 120, your first place exhibitor, Caden Clevenger. Second place exhibitor, Jacob Thompson. From Class 121, your first place exhibitor, Lily Williamson. Second place was exhibitor John Crowder. Class 122, first place, Jaden Moneyheffer. Second place exhibitor, Jaden Moneyheffer. From Class 123, first place exhibitor Landry Krieger. Second place was Braxton Sedgwick. And from Class 124, your first place exhibitor Brody Barker. Second place exhibitor Elijah Pierman. Elijah Pierman. Once again, let's congratulate these first and second place Southdown Spring Ewe Lamb exhibitors. Results of our North Country Cheviot Yearling Ewe class. North Country Cheviot Yearling Ewes, Class 237. First place, and congratulations, Brock Kessler. Second place, Braden Balmer. Third, Brendan Balmer. Fourth was also Brendan Balmer. And fifth was Brendan Balmer. Once again, congratulations to those North Country Cheviot Yearling Ewe exhibitors.
Well, here on the Southdown side of the ring, let's put our hands together for these 5 classes. These first and seconds come back out here for champion and reserve and of our junior division. Just can't say enough about the quality, the depth, and then as we talk, there's some different kinds floating through here, and that's okay. I think we get them back out here, and these are shapely. For the most part, they have nice heads and look like Southdowns for us. Just can't say enough. It's very close in reserve. There's one that kind of come out here and hit me pretty hard, and Aaron kind of said the same thing, and so we'll go out and get that one. And then again, reserve, whether you go with maybe a little more of a powerful type sheep, or when we go with a little more of a look, a little more of an up and out type of sheep in that reserve division. But guys, again, let's put our hands together, not just for these exhibitors, those that are not standing here. Tremendous set of sheep. Congratulations.
And your junior champion, Southdown ewe lamb. From Class 120, congratulations, Caden Clevenger. Your reserve junior champion, from Class 123, Landry Krieger. In the ring at this time, we are ready to select your overall Southdown champion ewe. Your senior champion, Jude Parker. Your reserve senior champion, Caden Dare. And once again, your junior champion exhibitor, Caden Clevenger. Your reserve junior champion, Landry Krieger. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Congratulate our senior and junior champion exhibitors.
Well, here in the Southdown ring, we get back out here with these four. Let's put our hands together, guys. I'm telling you, the quality is extremely good. Just a whale of a set of sheep in all four of these, and then all the classes that we saw. It's been a really, really fun show to sort through. We think, and in our heads, we're separate on this, and we think together that this is extremely close. That between the yearling ewe and the ewe lamb, I think both of them are just extremely good. They're both really good at the ground. They both move good, and we said, and I said it earlier, I wish that he could get a little more up and out of that yearling ewe in motion, but she's built right there. And like we said, when you got a yearling ewe that gets this far, stays this fresh, and she's deep where she needs to be, shapely where she needs to be, she'll be our champion today. We're going to use the ewe lamb for reserve. Congratulations.
And your overall Southdown ewe from your senior division, congratulations, Jude Parker. Your reserve overall champion, Southdown ewe, your junior division, congratulations, Caden Clevenger. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate all of our Southdown ewe exhibitors.
The Indiana Southdown Breeders award our 10-year 4-H members for showing 7+ years here at the Indiana State Fair. These four lovely 4-H members have shown at least 7 years or more in 4-H here at the Indiana State Fair. So if you could give it up for these guys for those wonderful years.
Congratulations. Once again, Braxton Sedgwick, Adelia Thomas, Lily Williamson, and Gracie Wunderlich, 10-year Southdown exhibitors here at your Indiana State Fair. We have gotten underway with our Dorper ewe show. Class 126, Dorper ewes in the ring.
Another high quality class in North Countries here. We're going to start with a highly presented kind of a sheep that's really a fault free one, a big centered kind of a sheep. That works a little bit to her detriment in terms of extension through that front end, but I think for her breed, she's more than adequate. The ewe here in second wins the class if she's not scratchy mouth, but one that's extremely good topped. Great on her feet and legs, love her center body, long bodied kind of a ewe. Just got to fix that foundational piece of the puzzle for me to move her up. Young man brings this one here in third, a lot like our ewe that wins the class in terms of being big centered. She's nice on her feet and legs. We got to settle that loin down in her on the move. Young man brings us a real long-bodied, smooth, immature appearing sheep here in fourth, one that I would sure hang on to for next year of her peers. I think that's your yearling ewe that'll be towards the top of the class in 12 months from now. Young man brings us one out here around the class, a ewe that gets a little shorter hipped, rounder hipped, kind of a sheep that tucks her legs up into her on the move. We've got to fix that about her. Love her center body, a high production kind of female.
In our North Country Cheviot show, your next class will be pair of ewe lambs. Following our pair class, we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion North Country Cheviot. Please bring those first and second place North Country Cheviot ewes ringside and ready. Results of your North Country Cheviot Spring Ewe Lamb class. First place, and congratulations, Brock Kessler. Second place exhibitor was Kason Shepard. Third, Braden Balmer. Fourth place was Brendan Balmer, and fifth place was Braden Balmer.
Really a nice set of Dorper ewes here. We have a mix, the blacks and the whites, and certainly a variety of different types and kinds sorting. And we can talk cases for maybe all of them to be a little higher, maybe be a little lower, and some differences in them, no doubt. I think just kind of a combination sheep here on top of just barrel and middle and center body with some shape and some balance about her from the side. Her shoulder lays in really nicely. She's got some femininity about her, big hip and three-quarter view on her. I think this is an awfully nice one to lead off with. Then some give or take in maybe the next few. And I think the next one just closely follows her, just in from a body standpoint. She's not quite as soggy, maybe not quite as loose, and when we put her into motion as we have in that first ewe, but she designs up really nice with some shape about her. She's not quite as stout, maybe in terms of her footwork as that leadoff ewe, but some nice pieces and parts in that one, no doubt. When they get this next one stuck, she plays with your mind. This one may be a little more of the weathery type female, that maybe going to make some Dorper weathers out of this female. I think you're going to have a really good time with that. She designs up extremely good. She's hard handling, good in terms of her dimension. Her squareness of edges are good. We set her into motion as where I get her into third today. She's just a little bit tight and restricted when we put her feet on the ground, but that's being pretty picky of a designed up sheep with a lot of shape to her. The next, the white ewe comes to us, really a nice female. Maybe we run out of sheep here compared to those first three. Maybe like to give her just a little more of her if we could, but certainly a nice shape about her. She's got a lot of eye peel about her, and you appreciate that. Again, just give her a little more of her today, and maybe she's a later maturing type of female. Maybe she's a later born one, and maybe she'll get that, but awfully nice one. We're going to do a couple big ewes here, and you like the growth. You like the dimension in these ewes. Maybe they just don't balance up quite as neatly as maybe the ewes ahead of them, but certainly they're soggy about their middle. They've got some barrel and rib about them. Very, very nice class, all six of these. Let's put our hands together. Congratulations.
In our North Country Cheviot ring, we are ready to select your champion and reserve champion North Country Cheviot ewe. Your first place yearling ewe exhibitor, Brock Kessler. Second place exhibitor in that yearling class was Braden Balmer. Your first place ewe lamb exhibitor, Brock Kessler. Second place exhibitor, Kason Shepard.
you sure don't have the opportunity to judge many North Countries, especially in this part of the world. You get on East Coast, there's a few more of them around, but I think you exhibitors here in Indiana have a lot to be proud of bringing this quality of North Countries out. They still look like the breed they're supposed to. I think we've got 2 really nice class winners and then 2 very nice seconds as well. We've talked feet and legs all day, and we're not going to quit now. So we're going to go out and select the one that I'm way more comfortable with on her feet and legs for champion, and then follow her up with one for reserve. Let's give these folks a nice round of applause.
And your champion, North Country Cheviot from your ewe lamb division, Brock Kessler. Your reserve champion was also Brock Kessler. Is that right? In our East Ring, your next division will be your Oxford Slick Shorn yearling ewes will be next. Results of your Dorper yearling ewe class here in the West Ring, class 126, Dorper yearling ewes. First place, and congratulations, Alexis Cook. Second place exhibitor, Elena Smith. Third place, we're missing a card. First place exhibitor was Alexis Cook. Second place exhibitor was Owen Grinstead. Third place exhibitor was Elena Smith. Fourth, Eli Mitchell. Fifth, Waylon Jester. And sixth was Adeline Jester. Congratulations to all of our Dorper yearling ewe exhibitors. In the ring, in the West Ring at this time, we have class 127. That's your fall ewe lamb Dorper class.
I think really a nice set of fall ewe lambs here, and again, very high quality in all 6 of these. Some differences working in maybe your favorites on top. A real soggy female in terms of her middle, in terms of her body and barrel here that we lead off with. Maybe just a little tidier on those rear pasterns than we have maybe in that ewe in second. She's not quite as stout in terms of her bone work as the ewe in second, and maybe not quite as edgy in terms of her handle. But we're talking about Dorper sheep. She's got a great front end about her. She's got some femininity about her as she comes out of the point of her shoulders. She's got some length and some stretch, and yet some shape about her. I love her center body and rib. I think that's an awfully nice one to lead off there with. The next one, a little more of the weathery type sheep, and I love this female from a handle standpoint. I think she's extremely shapely. She's got lots of stifle shape about her, and again, maybe just a little stouter in her footwork than we have in that leadoff view. Maybe not quite as comfortable on her pasterns as we have in that leadoff view, but some give or take there for me. I think that one is going to make extremely good Dorper weathers for this young man. That's an awfully neat one there to follow in second hole. Third one comes to us a little stretchier white ewe here that maybe gives up some power and shape that we have in those first 2 ewes. Maybe doesn't balance from the side. Maybe doesn't stay quite as neat in terms of her shoulder and breastplate as we have in those first 2, but very shapely sheep. Got a lot of nice things about her. Really a shorter coupled ewe lamb that comes to us in 4. You like a lot of things about this shoe. Just loaded with shape and muscle. Maybe gets a little bit coarser built in her shoulder, but boy, is she stout and certainly got some nice pieces. And then we work into a couple bigger ewes, and you appreciate the growth of them. Again, just from a dimension standpoint, I don't think they have quite as much top shape to them. I do like that ewe that comes into fifth in terms of her feet and legs. She's got some extra stretch about her. Her color's good, and she comes at the point of her shoulders good. Another extremely deep and very, very good class of Dorper Fall ewe lambs. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
In our Dorper ring, we are going to select your senior champions. So we need those first and second place yearling ewes and fall ewe lambs in the ring.
Interesting pair of ewes in the slick sheared Oxford class. We've kind of got a tale of two cities. I'll be real honest. I don't love the breed type on either one of them. So we're just going to have to kind of make that a wash and judge the sheep. We've got one that is really unique from her hip and hind saddle standpoint in terms of being level and smooth and good on her feet, square on those feet. Like to maybe give her a little more set to her hock, but if she travels well enough, a ewe that I think is unique in terms of being smooth and comfortable when she goes around the ring. The ewe in second, a little larger scaled kind of a sheep that when she goes away, she tends to hawk in some. We've got to spread that out and make her a little wider at the ground, but you sure admire the center body in that one. She's an extended kind of a sheep. We've just got to fix her on those rear wheels ever so slightly to move up today.
Here in our Dorper show for our senior champion, your first place yearling, Alexis Cook. Second place yearling, Owen Grinstead. Your first place fall ewe lamb, Sally Everhart. Second place fall ewe lamb, Kipton Ott. Once again, the results of your fall Dorper ewe lamb class fall. Dorper ewe lambs, first place again was Sally Everhart. Second place, Kipton Ott. Third place exhibitor was Emmylou Reinhardt. Fourth, Elena Smith. Fifth was Jessica Park. And sixth was Jackson Meadows.
Well, here on the Dorper side of the ring, let's put our hands together for these exhibitors. I think just a really good Dorper show, very, very deep in quality, and just a lot of quality, whether they were blacks or whites. And I think it boils down between these two white ewes, and there's some differences in the two. That we got one that maybe has just a little more of a bubbly back end in terms of her shape. We got one that's just a little bit better in terms of her femininity and her breastplate up front in this fall ewe lamb. So some give or take for me. I think both of them are really good middle sheep. They both have a lot of good breed character about them. They're very sound on their feet and legs. For me today, I'm going to use this fall ewe lamb. I think this has a little neater about her front end and shoulder, and our reserve will get our yearling ewe with a little more shape. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations here.
And your senior champion from your fall ewe lamb division, congratulations, Sally Everhart. And your reserve senior champion from your yearling ewe class, congratulations, Alexis Cook. Now, our next class in our Dorper show will be our spring ewe lamb class, class 128. Class 128, you will be next. Results of your class 241. That's your Slickshorn Oxford yearling ewe class. First place, and congratulations, Riley Smith. Second place exhibitor, Alexis Cook. In our Oxford ring, we have our fitted yearling ewe class. Fitted Oxford yearling ewes, class 242.
Fitted Oxford ewes over on the east side. I think we've got a pair, and then we've got a little bit of an outlier, much like a couple of the classes in the natural color division. We're going to use the ewe that's very up and out through her front end. She's tidier about that shoulder right at the base of her neck than the ewe is in second. Sheep that are very similar in terms of length. The ewe in that we're using might be a little better over her tail head, in my opinion, from hooks to pins, as the ewe is here in second. I admire the ewe in second in terms of overall size and scale. Ewe that is extremely straight down her top. Got to change that hip just a touch, and perhaps I don't know if it's a temperament or a showmanship issue, but we got to get that ewe's neck out of the top of her back versus out closer to her brisket. Outliers, the ewe in third, and much like I said in the natural color division, ones that are a little more ill-built and narrow at the ground. No matter how tall they are, we've got to select for quality. And this year, you sure admire for length of body, the longest handling sheep I've had a hold of today. And traditionally, that's kind of a calling card. Excuse me, for me, but this one's just too narrow at the ground and just not built good enough on the move for me to move her up today.
Results of your fitted Oxford yearling ewe class. First place, and congratulations, Chloe Decker. Second place exhibitor was Adrian Decker, and third, Corbin Hilt. Once again, congratulations to those fitted Oxford yearling ewe exhibitors. Our next class in our Oxford show would be your slick shorn fall ewe lambs. Nope, fitted fall ewe lambs. Fitted Oxford fall ewe lambs in the ring.
Here in the Dorper side of the ring in this ewe lamb class, I think it's very close on top here, even though there's some differences in that pair. Just a massive wide one here to lead off with. Very, very soggy in terms of her middle. Just lots of shape about her. And we set her into motion. She maybe wants to bounce around the ring, and I think it's more of an attitude thing than it is where we put our feet. Her feet square up really nicely. You get over the top of this female. She's just massive in terms of her top shape, massive in terms of her pin set, and then her three-quarter view is awfully good. You can't deny the next one, just a whistle-fronted, neat-looking one from the side that probably lays in her shoulder, maybe just a nickel better than this class winner, and you appreciate that about her. Just right over the top of her, there's just not as much of her today. I think that may come. I do appreciate her feet and legs. I do appreciate her when they put her into motion, how cocky her front end is here for us. I think this is a very high-end pair, and I think you could flop that pair and be very comfortable with that. A little shorter couple one comes to us in third, and just again dimension, big and huge in terms of her top shape, very, very wide and very, very sound as well. Maybe doesn't have as much up and out, as much stretch as those first two do, but very, very high-end one that comes to us in third. Bigger outlined one comes to us in 4, and you appreciate the growth, you appreciate the stretch and the style in this female. Change her there in her breastplate and her shoulder, just a nickel to have a little more of a case. But they've got her fed extremely good. She lays in her top line extremely good back in through her hip. I think another high-end one. Young man brings us 1 in 5. Again, very nice. Again, maybe doesn't balance quite as neat from the side with as much shape as some of them do. And then we round out the class. This young man, this one doesn't want to be here real bad. Certainly a nice female, though. I love the center body of this ewe. If he could just get her to push and shove and just perform just a little nicer, I think we'd like her just a nickel better. Good class all the way through. Let's give him a big round of applause. Congratulations.
In our Dorper show, our next class will be our overall champion. Overall champion, Dorper ewe, will be next.
Interesting pair of ewe lambs here over on the Oxford side. We've got both our ewes are high quality type of sheep. They're a little different in their overall makeup and maybe their endpoints. The ewe I'm choosing to start with, a little more razor front, a little more feminine, really straight down that top, a real square hip kind of a sheep. Perfect world. I give her a little more wool on those legs, but I think the color is okay. I think she's adequate compared to her peer in this class. The ewe that we have in second, I appreciate the presentation on this one. A ewe that on the move, she gets a little over shoulder than she is hip. Perhaps shear masters that would help this one a little bit in that area. But a ewe that gets a little more conventional as compared to the ewe that wins the class. Love the feet and legs on this one. Just got to extend her a little bit, drop that hip, raise that shoulder to make her a little more competitive versus the ewe that wins the class today.
Here in our Dorper ring, we are ready to select your overall Dorper champion and reserve champion. From your junior division, from that spring ewe lamb class, your first place and your junior champion was exhibitor Owen Grinstead. Your reserve junior champion and second place, Bryn Reinhardt. Our senior champion, Sally Everhart. Your reserve senior champion, Alexis Cook.
Well, here in the Dorper ring, let's put our hands together for not just these 4 exhibitors, but all of them. Really a deep and very, very high quality Dorper show. Can't say enough about the quality, just in terms of soundness as they move about the ring. They certainly have some dimension and body to them. I think just a whale of a set here as we get back out here for champion. We said that senior drive was awfully close, and I still think it is. We're going to line up with both of those for our champion and reserve. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
And your champion, Dorper ewe, from your senior division, congratulations, Sally Everhart. And your reserve overall Dorper ewe champion, also from your senior division, congratulations, Alexis Cook. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate all of our Dorper breeding ewe exhibitors. In our Oxford show, results of class 243, that is your fitted fall ewe lamb class. First place, and congratulations, Nash Arthur. Second place exhibitor was Caitlin Ellsbury. In the ring at this time, we have class 244, that is your slick shorn spring ewe lambs. Class 244, Oxford slick shorn spring ewe lambs in the ring.
Super nice set of ewe lambs here on this side, and I think you got two sheep that traditionally that there's a tendency when you take the wool off of them to kind of throw breed type out the window and just kind of concern, kind of set your priorities for how much mass and muscle you can put on one skeleton. And I'll commend these two young people for bringing sheep that still look like Oxfords. They're extremely high quality. Super long-sided ewe to start the class. Tremendously long-hipped, one of the longer hip sheep I've had a hold of. They're both great at the feet. Both are great at the ground. Feet and legs are phenomenal on these. I prefer the length of side, the extra rib, the ewe that the young man has to win the class. This young lady just ran into a buzzsaw. She's got one that's a little more extended, a little longer neck kind of a sheep. When she gets on the move, she tends to shuffle her front feet just a touch. Her blade's just a touch longer than the ewe is in first, kind of hinders her movement. But one that is extremely, she's razor fronted, especially stuck on the side like that. Great hip sheep. Unfortunately, like I said, she ran into a buzzsaw in this guy's opinion, but extremely high quality pair of ewe lambs.
We are ready to bring in class 129. That's your slick shorn yearling ewe Hampshire class. First class Hampshire yearling ewe slick shorn in the ring, please. Results of those slick shorn Oxford spring ewe lambs. First place and second place was exhibited by Drew Miller. In the ring at this time in our Oxford show, we have those fitted spring ewe lambs. Oxford fitted spring ewe lambs in the ring.
Another high quality class, Oxford ewe lambs. We're going to start with one, a lever breed type, a real sharp headed kind of a female, awesome on her feet and legs, just real square when you get a hold of her. Everything fits in that one. I think a real solid place to start. The ewe in second, again, adequate breed type. They're little different colors, but I think that's a color that I can accept anyway. One that's bigger centered, perhaps a little longer sided. Much like one we had earlier today, she's a little scratchy mouth, so she finds her way to second place. If not, she wins this class. But today, that's something that we'll lean on a little bit as kind of a deciding factor. But as a pair, a really nice pair of females. Young ladies, ewe lamb we have here in third. We've got to give her some more wool down on her head. I'm afraid she'll be bareheaded in a year. Today's the show, but they've got to kind of look in the future on that one. Awesome set of feet and legs like that, about a real square hip kind of a sheep. She's a little higher hip than she needs to be for me. Got to raise her up in that shoulder, but one that moves adequately well. Been a nice project. Young man brings us a real extreme made one on the side when she's stuck like this. One that perhaps some people might read as having a real bright future. We got to change that one on the move quite a bit in that front third. She gets real shuffly for me, but one to really admire the breed character and the extension through that front end for this young man.
In our Oxford show, we are now showing pair of Oxford ewe lambs. Results of class 245, that's your fitted Oxford spring ewe lambs. First place, and congratulations, Aubrey Miller. Second place was also exhibited by Aubrey Miller. Third, Chloe Decker. Fourth was Adrian Decker. Once again, congratulations to those class 245 fitted Oxford spring ewe lamb exhibitors. Oxford exhibitors, once we are finished with our pair class, we will need those first and second place. First and second place, Oxford ewes, ringside and ready. We will be selecting your champion and reserve champion, Oxford ewe, following our pair class. In our Oxford show, we are ready to select your champion and reserve champion, Oxford ewe. From your Slick Shorn yearling ewe class, your first place exhibitor, Riley Smith. Second place exhibitor, Alexis Cook. Your fitted Oxford yearling ewe class, first place exhibitor, Chloe Decker. Second, Adrian Decker. Your fitted fall ewe lamb class, first place exhibitor Nash Arthur. Second place was Caitlin Ellsbury. Slickshorn ewe lambs, first place Drew Miller. Second place exhibitor was also Drew Miller. And from your fitted spring ewe lamb class, your first place exhibitor Aubrey Miller. Second place was also Aubrey Miller. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place Oxford ewe exhibitors.
Well, here on the Hampshire side of the ring, I apologize for taking just a little longer in that class, but wow, they are really, really good, and not just these five that surface here for us. Just a great set of sheep all the way through. Big statured Hampshires that look like Hampshires. Just an awfully good group here. I think that first one, when she's in motion, she is wild about her front end. At the point of her shoulder, she is so good. As her neck comes out, it looks just like that in motion. I think this a powerful type of female. She's plenty shapely. At times, maybe like to want to hook her up just a little neater there in her hip loin. And I think she gets a little bit lazy. When she gets out and goes, that comes together. She's very, very stout in terms of her footwork. She holds her body together in motion, just the best of this lineup, and that's where she gets the nod for me. All of them in this lineup are plenty shapely. They're plenty large in terms of their stature, but when you watch that one just trot around the ring, I think just an awesome female. Femininity and squareness, I think that's a darn good one. The next one I think haunts her a lot. I like that female a bunch. I think she's very, very shapely. I love her in her three-quarter and stifle, and I love this one stuck, maybe just a little bit better than our class winner. I think she puts together a great picture in terms of painting one for us. Again, nice in her shoulder. When we put her into motion, she gets just a little bit looser in how she's built as she comes right out of her rack into her loin. She drops her hip every once in a while, and that's being darn critical of a darn good one. I think that's an awfully good female to follow in the second hole. When this one come out in third, as she first come out, I thought this is the one to beat, and I think she still can be. I think this female is a little bit greener, a little more raw and immature than those first two ewes. She doesn't have quite the mass in terms of her handle today, but man, is she good too. Very, very sound, very good about her head. Her rib and body is extremely good. If we could just give her just a touch more to her today, we might have a little more of a case. And again, that's being critical of a very, very high-end one that comes into third. Our fourth one comes to us, another very square-edged one. I love the handle of this sheep. I love the hip and the pin set of this sheep. She gets just a nickel straight of what she does with those rear legs when we set them and then in motion as well. I think there's a lot of good in that female, a lot of positives. We change her on her rear legs just a nickel, have a little more of a case there. And we round out the class with another really, really high-end one, in my opinion. In motion, she just doesn't have quite the balance that these four ahead of her do. I love her leg wool. I love her rib and her body. Again, I think very high-end set of Hampshires. Let's put our hands together. Congratulations.
Justin, hold that class just a second. The judges are going to confer on their Oxford selection. While they're doing that, I will tell you how we got along with Class 129. Class 129, that's your first Slickshorn Hampshire Yearling U class. First place, and congratulations, Callie France. Second place, Addison Jessup. Third place exhibitor was Levi Wellman. Fourth, Samantha Everhart. Fifth place, Ryan Liggett. Sixth, Addison Winger. 7, Clayton Coons. 8th place exhibitor, Asher Johnson. 9, Haley Roski. 10th place was Caden Steiner. And 11th, Mason Goodwin. Once again, congratulations on those Class 129 Slickshorn Hampshire Yearling U exhibitors.
Well, bad news for Evan that we agree. So that's a question his judgment a little bit, but I think a tremendous set of Oxford sheep, a great set of females. One of the better sets I've seen in quite a while. Had the pleasure to judge. I think we've got 3 that are very much in contention, and we talked about them in class. I have 0 poker face. We're going to leave those 2 slick-sheared ewes together for champion reserve today.
And your Oxford champion and reserve from your Slickshorn ewe lamb class. Congratulations, Drew Miller. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate all of our Oxford exhibitors. Coming in the ring, we have Class 247 Shetland yearling ewes in the ring. On the Hampshire side of the ring, we have Class 130. Class 130 Slickshorn Hampshire yearling ewes in the ring.
Another really high-end set of Hampshire yearling ewes here in our Shropshire drive. And again, I think there's more than 5 of them that are extremely good. I think we get on top of a couple here in this trio, and then taking nothing away from the other 2. I think these are the good moving, shapely ones. Maybe the first to admit the first one maybe just for maybe 80% of you, maybe just a tick moderate. But I think that one is way, way good, and just how her build and body lays together in motion. She lays her shoulder extremely good. The point of her shoulders is awesome. She's got a nice white feature about her Hampshire breed character. Just a real smooth picture as she paints for us with some stoutness about her feet and legs. I think this is an awfully neat one to lead off with. Our second one, I think, is right in there with her and haunts her. I think that one has got just a bubbly back end in terms of muscle and shape, and I appreciate that about her. Maybe doesn't hook up quite as neat there in her hip loin, but a lot of good in that one. She touches good. Again, got some femininity about her for as massive as she is. Got some ruggedness about her bone work. I think this is another really high-end one here to follow into second. Third one, the girls trot this one around the ring, and that one goes like they're supposed to. Maybe not quite as just put together, if you will, maybe of those 2. But that's being real critical of another darn good one. I think this one is a little more whistle-fronted than maybe a couple of them that get on either side of her. This one's also a little bit bigger than our class winner, so you appreciate that in terms of growth. I just think in motion, those other 2 just are a little bit neater in how they're built, but that's being real critical of a darn good one that lays into third hole here. Young people bring us a big fluffy-legged one here into 4, and this one gets a little shorter coupled, wants to run her front end to the ground, just a nickel, but very, very shapely, and again, got some center body and barrel about her. She could just stretch herself out just a nickel and have a little more of a case, and then we round out the top 5 with a bigger ewe. You appreciate the growth in her. Again, balances up not quite as nicely as those ewes ahead of her, but certainly a great head about her in terms of Hampshire breed character with some shape. Again, very, very high-end class. Let's put our hands together. Congratulations.
Interesting breed of sheep in the ring right now is these Shetlands. Quite honestly, a little difficult, a little more of a challenge to sort through them and kind of place your priorities where you want to. I'm going to still lean on structure and balance and style, and then I know these are somewhat of a fleece wool breed as well, so we've got to kind of factor that in. A real robust ribbed, real round bodied kind of a sheep. We're going to start up here real soft in her fleece. I think when you shear that one will confirmation wise stand out like a sore thumb in the pasture when you look at her. I think a real easy place to start. The young lady's ewe here in second, really nice footed, a little heavier bone type of Shetland sheep, a sheep that's good down her top, just needs to be quite a bit more of her to compete with the ewe that wins the class. The young man's ewe here we have in third, one of the straighter top sheep that we have in the top 5, especially a ewe that's extremely square out on her corners. Appreciate that about her just from a soundness standpoint. Young lady brings us a brown or a cinnamon colored one here in third. She moves real well. She's not really gathered up real picturesque right now, but when you get her on the mood, she comes together quite nicely, and I thought fit in the 4th place really nice. Young man brings us one here in 5th, sort of a silver kind of a sheep. Love the center body in this one, super round, real maternal type of a sheep. I think will go on and do well in the lemon pin for this young man.
On the Hampshire side of the ring here, we've got a lone entry here in our Hampshire yearling ewes, very highly fitted and certainly presented extremely well. I wish we had some to compare her against. There's not a lot of wool on her. She's very straight in terms of her lines and comes back into a big hip. Very nice Hampshire head about her. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
In our Hampshire ring, our next class will be pair of yearling ewes. Class 132, pair of yearling ewes. Results of Class 130, that is your Slickshorn Hampshire Yearling Ewe class. First place, and congratulations, Dylan Achenbach. Second place, exhibitor Jackson Ritter. Third, Madeline Crouch. Fourth, Cabry Messersmith. Fifth place exhibitor Samantha Everhart. 6, Cole Ritter. 7 was Drew Lahr. 8th, Lucas Wilson. 9th was also Lucas Wilson. 10th place, Elena Williams. On our Shetland end of the ring, results of your Shetland yearling ewe class. Class 247 Shetland yearling ewes. First place and congratulations, Eprin Eller. Second place, exhibitor Madison Byelt. Third, Samuel Eller. Fourth place, Evelyn Maines. Fifth place exhibitor Samuel Eller. 6, Eprin Eller. 7, Remington Kinman. 8th place was Genevieve Gunn. 9th, Levlin Eller. 10th place was Parker Eisenhower. Other exhibitors in the class include Reese Kinneman, Levlin Eller, and Stella Grubbs. Once again, congratulations to those Class 247 Shetland yearling ewe exhibitors. And your Hampshire fitted yearling ewe class, your first place exhibitor, Ainsley Mendenhall.
Second class of Shetlands hit the ring, and then we're going to leave them kind of just the way they came in. I love the feet and legs on this young man's black ewe, ewe that's really square, real true about the way she moves around the ring. A little more extended ewe through that front end as well, straighter down the top than our ewe is in second. The big thing on the ewe in second, she hawks in quite a bit on the move, and even on the stand. If you pressure her much in terms of showmanship, that right rear we've got to take care of. But a ewe that again is good enough down her top for the Shetland breed. We just got to fix her at the ground to move her up today.
In your Shetland show, your results of your fall ewe lamb class. Congratulations, Eprin Eller. He exhibited your first and second place fall ewe lamb. We are ready for Class 250. Shetland Spring Ewe Lambs, Class 250 in the ring. For those of you around ringside that maybe joined us a little late this morning, I'd like to reintroduce our breeding ewe judges. Here in the West Ring, the Hampshire ring currently, please meet Mr. Evan Snyder. Evan grew up in Oklahoma showing livestock in 4-H and FFA. Evan graduated from Oklahoma State University with a degree in animal science and animal nutrition. He now resides in Atglen, Pennsylvania, where he is the farm manager for Macaulay Suffolk. They run 400 mature ewes. The Macaulay operation is diverse in selling seed stock and are involved in a large restaurant lamb meat trade and several research projects for nearby medical facilities. Evan is honored and enjoys the opportunity to judge shows and work with livestock projects, specifically sheep and goats. Evan has had the honor of judging numerous shows around the country, including the National Western, the North American International Livestock Expo, and Rodeo Austin, just to name a few. In our East Ring, currently judging the Shetland sheep, please meet Mr. Aaron Crome. Aaron comes from Marshall, Illinois, where his wife, Mary Ann, raised two children, Thomas and Megan. Aaron has spent his entire life in or around a show ring, successfully exhibiting livestock across the country. Their children has had the privilege of doing the same. Aaron grew up showing Oxford and Hampshires, and then his family successfully campaigned Poll Dorsets for many, many years. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Aaron Crome and Evan Snyder. Fair statement.
Another interesting class of Shetland sheep in my mind. We're going to start with one whose fleece, in my opinion, for admittedly little I know about these Shetlands, is one that is super soft. Sure admire that about her. Good on her feet and legs. Has some set to that hind leg, which is awesome. A good enough one down the top as compared to her peers. I think she kind of wins this rather handily. Young lady in second brings us one a little shorter neck, maybe not as extreme, but another one that is longer bodied, longer sided, nice enough fleece kind of a sheep, finds her way to the second place. The sheep with the jumps here in third is perhaps the most stylish of the top end, a little bit more extended kind of a sheep, holds herself real well on the move when she's not jumping around, but that's part of it. But a good sheep on her feet and legs, one that falls into third rather nicely. A pair of lambs here in next, a little shorter sided, a little rounder, middled kind of sheep, just ones that run out of style and horsepower to compete with the three ahead of them today.
Really a nice, very, very deep, again, quality set of fall Hampshires here. Really maybe a little tougher class to maybe put together because there's just not those two or three that are alike, and that's okay. That's my job to do that. I think we get the best ones on top, and even though there's some differences in them, we can talk about that. And for the first two, if you want to say the first one is maybe a little more weathery than maybe she needs to be in this side of the ring, I'm all ears on that. I think she's very, very massive. I think she's big in terms of her foot size. She's got some angle to her front end. She's a little more weathery than a couple of them that follow in behind her. But I think we get the best two here. The next one, very different. A little more up and out about her front end. A little more up about as she comes to the point of her shoulders with not as much shape and not as much mass, but very, very sound, beautiful female in terms of how she moves around the ring. So I think we get the best ones on top. And if you want to flop those two for different reasons, I think you sure can. I think they're very different, but very, very high end. Young man, taking nothing away from your third one. I love that female. When you set her into motion, she looks better on the move than she does when you get her stuck there. And you kind of have figured that out. You kind of got off of that ewe, but very, very shapely, very, very neat in terms of her design, big in terms of her foot size. She maybe is not quite as neat in her shoulder as maybe as a couple of that get ahead of her, but man, I like that female a bunch, and I think she's got a good case. If you want to use that one, you sure can. I think a trio of very, very high-end ones. Young man brings one here that doesn't want to hook up quite as nice in her hip loin. This is one of those sheep that looks better in motion. When he trots that sheep around, she's got a lot of balance about her. We get her stuck. She wants to over push and maybe to not balance up quite as nice, but nice handling sheep. But then young man brings us one into five here that I dig a lot of things about. When he gets that one stuck, she messes with your mind. I want to keep moving that one up. We put her into motion. She's just a little bit piecier in what she does with her body shape. Just a neat piece, though. If we can move her out just a little nicer, we have a little more of a case. Congratulations on a great set of fall ewe lambs here in the Hampshires. Nice set.
Results of your Shetland Spring Ewe Lamb class. Class 250. First place, and congratulations, Evelyn Maines. Second place, exhibitor Madison Bayelk. Third, Samuel Eller. Fourth place was Eprin Eller. Fifth, Lorley Gunn. Sixth, Parker Eisenhower. Seventh place, Reese Kinnaman. Eighth place, Remington Kinnaman. Ninth place, Genevieve Gunn. 10th place exhibitor, Loveland Eller. Other exhibitors include Samuel Eller, Loveland Eller, and Eprin Eller. In our Shetland show, we are ready to pick your champion and reserve champion, Shetland ewe. In our Hampshire end of the ring, we are ready to select your senior champion and reserve senior champion. In our Shetland show, your first place yearling ewe was exhibited by Eprin Eller. Second place ewe, Madison by Elk. Your fall ewe lamb, first place, Eprin Eller. Second place was also exhibited by Eprin Eller. Your ewe lambs, first place exhibitor, Evelyn Maines. Second place exhibitor, Madison by Elk. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place Shetland ewe exhibitors.
For your Shetland drive, I think we've had a really nice show. The young lady to my left is an experienced Shetland exhibitor, and she said Indiana is the capital of Shetland. So we'll take her word for it. Congratulations, all of you. It's great to see this many young people involved in a project, and I commend the breeders of Indiana for doing the promoting on the backside to make that come to fruition. We've got three real nice individuals on the perspective and class winners as of the second place winners. I think we've got one that wins it kind of running away, and then also a reserve that's a really nice animal as well, and she's an easy second for me. We'll go out and shake the hands of your champion reserve. Let's give these young people and the breeders a nice round of applause.
Your champion, Shetland exhibitor, Eprin Eller. Your reserve champion, Evelyn Maines. Once again, congratulations to all of our Shetland exhibitors. In our Hampshire Senior Division drive, first place exhibitor class, that'd be 129. Your first yearling ewe class. First place exhibitor, Calais, France. Second place exhibitor was Addison Jessup. From class 130, second yearling ewe class. Your first place exhibitor, Dylan Achenbach. Second place exhibitor was Jackson Ritter. Your fitted Hampshire yearling ewe class exhibitor, Ainsley Mendenhall. Your slick-shorn fall ewe lamb class. First place exhibitor, Gabby Rout. Second place exhibitor was Samantha Everhart. Ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate these first and second place Hampshire ewe exhibitors. Once again, the results of that class 133, that's your slick-shorn fall lamb class. Once again, your first place exhibitor, Gabby Rout. Second place, Samantha Everhart. Third place exhibitor, Owen Grinstead. Fourth, Drew Lahr. Fifth place, Caden Parks. 6, Noah Maddox. 7, Brooklyn Hodup. Eighth place was Braylon Butcher. 9th, Mark Gerritsen. 10th place exhibitor, Brody Silverthorne. 11th, Tyler Robards. Other exhibitors in the class include Colton Meyer, Braden Conrad, Bella Beckman, Quincy Langenfelder, and Caleb Paramore. Once again, congratulations to those class 133 fall slick-shorn Hampshire ewe lamb exhibitors.
ringside here as we pick our senior champion and our Hampshires. Let's put our hands together for all these exhibitors. Just another darn good set of sheep here to sort through and bring Aaron over, and he analyzes them. The head's kind of in the same spot that mine is. We've got just a great group of sheep here that move good. We've got a set of yearling ewes that just trot around the ring like they're supposed to. Some differences in them, maybe in some size and scale. Get back into a fitted ewe, big old nice fitted ewe, and then our fall ewe lamb, just a shapely sheep. Maybe like we said, maybe like to hook her up in her hip loin a little nicer, but good set. I'll go out and show you our champion reserve, guys. Let's put our hands together one more time. Awesome set of sheep. Congratulations.
And your senior champion from your second yearling ewe class, congratulations, Dylan Achenbach. Your reserve senior champion from your first yearling ewe class, congratulations, Callie France. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate all of our senior division Hampshire ewe exhibitors. In our Texel side of the ring, we've got Class 252 Texel yearling ewes. In our Hampshire side of the ring, we have Class 134. That is your first class of slick-shorn spring ewe lambs.
We've changed breeds over here. At the quality is sure remains, especially in this ewe that the young lady shows to win this class. Just a real specimen of a Texel ewe. I really appreciate the genetic improvements that this breed has made as well. A few years ago, these were a little difficult to look at for me, and they've sure improved that. They've leveled some tops, so they've sure kept the meat and muscle in them and extended those ewes, and this extended that breed. And this ewe here is kind of the picture of what they've done in all the positive ways. A big powerhouse of a ewe, giant rib, tremendously good hind saddled kind of a sheep. Great on her feet and legs. This one wins for fun. Young man in second brings us maybe a little more conventional type of ewe in terms of extension. A little shorter neck, a little bolder about her shoulder. Ewe that I sure appreciate the length of body that she has. Just need to fancy this one up through the front end to compete with the ewe that wins the class. Young man brings us the slightest muscled one of the trio in this class. A ewe we've got to just give her more punch down her top to compete. But you sure again admire the length of side this ewe has and the way she travels around the ring.
Results of your Texel yearling ewe class, class 252, Texel yearling ewes. First place and congratulations, Alexis Cook. Second place exhibitor, Carter Rutherford, and third was Ryan Rutherford. Once again, congratulations to those Texel yearling ewe exhibitors. In our Texel show, your next class is Fall Ewe Lambs. Texel, Fall Ewe Lambs in the ring.
Another nice class of Texels. The ewe in first, I sure wish was giving us a better view than she is right now, but a ewe that's extremely long-bodied. I sure admire that about her. A good big center in that one, a good hip sheep. That's where she excels the ewe in second. She's a little better hipped in terms of levelness and overall carrying that muscle down to the lower part of a leg. A nice kind of ewe. Like to change her on those hind legs just ever so slightly, but again, a nice kind of sheep. I think wins this class rather handily. Again, a little more traditional, conventional type of sheep we've got in second. One that gets pretty round from her inner hip compared to the ewe that wins the class, but a good productive kind of a sheep. Looks like she's already started her production career as well.
Results of your Texel Fall Ewe Lamb class. First place and congratulations, Ellie Snap. Second place exhibitor, Carter Rutherford. Our next class in our Texel division is your Spring Ewe Lambs, class 254, Texel Spring Ewe Lambs. In the ring, please.
Another nice set of Hampshire ewe lambs here as we get into the later ones as we continue on in these females. Just a real good set, and I think all five of them are deserving to stand here. We get the three most muscular ones here that still have some look about them. What sorts that pair for me? Just in motion, I think that the first one's just a little more fluid at what she does with her shoulder right in behind as she comes out of her rack and her loin, maybe just ties that together in motion just a tick better. I like the swoop to her underline. I like that three-quarter view of her. At times, I want to say she's just a little bit short-coupled, but she presents good. Maybe not as hard handling and as square-edged maybe as we have in this ewe that comes into second. I love that one's rack and loin, and maybe again in motion just holds herself together not quite as neatly, but that's being real picky of one that's just very shapely with some look about her in terms of her front end and very sound. I think both of them high end, and you can flop them if you want to. If you want to use a little more of a crisp and square edged one, you sure can. I'm going to use one that just in fluid in terms of motion just moves around the ring just a little nicer. Young man, you just get in the bear saw class here because you've got an awfully nice female there as well. She's level in her lines, big in her hip and big in her pin, just not as much of her as we have in those first two ewes, but very sound, got a great Hampshire head about her. I think just an awfully nice one you bring to us in that third hole. Young lady brings us a baby, kind of a raw, immature ewe lamb into four here that I dig quite a bit, and she gets that sheep out and trots that sheep around the ring super fronted, no breastplate in that sheep. Just needs a little more time to mature to get ahead of those 3. But I think that one's going to haunt those guys as we get further down the road. Her build and body is extremely good. Then we round out the class in the top 5 with one that for some of you is probably just a little too extreme if you're on the weather side of things, and I understand that. I think this female has got some good pieces. I think she's super long. She's really long from her 13th rib with some stretch and an extension about her. You let her develop and get into November, and as a yearling ewe, I think we're going to like her even better. That's a nice set. Congratulations.
Our next class on our Hampshire side, 135, class 135, spring ewe lambs in the ring, please.
Interesting class. Texel will use only a trio of them, but they're 3 all high-quality individuals, kind of built out of different molds. The ewe in first, a little more traditional in terms of hip design and levelness of rump, but you get on that one, the top of that one, she's got wild shape down her top, great big rib sheep. Like to change the way she moves out of her back end, but you get a power sheep, they have power sheep troubles in terms of movement, and that's where we're at on that one. But I think she excels the class so much in every other area that we've got to go ahead and use this ewe lamb to win the class. A young man brings us a little more modern one here in second, a long-sided kind of sheep, real level top kind of a sheep. We've just got to put more product on her to compete with the powerhouse that wins the class. Young lady brings us a little greener, more immature sheep. I think time is going to be her best friend. I think a sheep that's designed real well. She moves real well. She just needs more product to compete.
In our Texel show, your next class will be pair of ewe lambs, just one entry in the pair class. Results of your Texel spring ewe lamb class: first place, and congratulations, Alexis Cook. Second place, exhibitor Ryan Rutherford, and third was Ellie Snap. Texel exhibitors, your next class will be your champion drive. We need those first and second place. First and second place, Texel ewes in the ring. Results of your Hampshire Slickshorn Spring Ewe Lamb class, class 134. First place, and congratulations, Lily Williamson. Second place, exhibitor Gabby Rout. Third, Eli Downing. Fourth, Ellie Tompkins. Fifth place, exhibitor Regan Klotz. 6, Caden Clevenger. 7, Camellia Bacca. 8th place exhibitor Tatum Van Hook. 9th, Henry Bontrager. 10th place was Clayton Coons. Other exhibitors include Lindsay Peterson, Blake Stuckey, and Hallie Roski. Once again, congratulations to those class 134 Slickshorn Spring Ewe Lamb exhibitors. In our Texel ring, we are ready to select your champion and reserve champion Texel ewe. From your yearling ewe class, your first place exhibitor, Alexis Cook. Second place exhibitor was Carter Rutherford. From your full ewe lamb class, first place exhibitor, Ellie Snap. Second was Carter Rutherford. And from your spring ewe lamb class, your first place exhibitor, Alexis Cook. Second, Ryan Rutherford. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate our Texel ewe exhibitors.
Super nice set of Texel ewes for your champion drive out here. I think we've got two that are really, really high quality, and not to take anything away from the other ones, but I think we've got apples and oranges out here today. And again, I said either earlier, I've got zero poker face, and it's no doubter for me the young lady with the yearling ewe will have champion ewe today. I think that one is very, very, very good. Young man down here on this end will have reserve.
And your champion, Texel ewe from your yearling ewe division. Congratulations, Alexis Cook. Your reserve champion, Texel, from your ewe lamb division. Congratulations, Alexis Cook. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate all of our Texel ewe exhibitors. In the ring at this time, we have Class 256. 256, that's your Tunis Slickshorn yearling ewes. Tunis Slickshorn yearling ewes in the ring, please.
Another nice set of Hampshires here in this ewe lamb class. I'd be the first to admit, when I saw the second ewe come out in that initial walk here as we first come out, I thought that's going to be hard to beat, and I still think she is. We get to really analyzing this pair in motion. That first one, even though she's a little more immature and a little more green just in just kind of everywhere, man, she trots around the ring free and easy. I think she holds her shoulder, her breastplate, and the point of her neck just a little bit better in motion. She doesn't have quite as much mass today, but she is very, very crisp and very, very square. She's got a big rack in her. I think just a real fresh, youthful one that I think this is a tick better in motion of what she does with that shoulder and the point of her shoulders. The big ewe in here in second, I love that female. I love how long she is and yet holds herself together so well in terms of her top line. Big, long hip in her. I think this is a tremendous breeding piece. She's not as in terms of just square-edged as we have in that first one, and then in motion, she doesn't want to build out of her shoulder quite as nicely, and that's being real critical of one that I think is plenty good there. She has no breastplate, so you appreciate that. I think a very high-end female there, young man. Congratulations. The third one just kind of defaults into third here. She's the next most shapely one here for us, yet she shortens up, gets a little bit more common in how she builds into her shoulder. Maybe not quite as neat in terms of her handle as those first two, but love the white feature about her in terms of her Hampshire character. I think this is a darn good one to go into third. Young man brings us one that just kind of kept working his way up here, or her way up here. I love the rib and body in this female. Maybe just get a little plainer kind of on both ends in terms of shoulder, in terms of back there, in terms of her hip, but got some stoutness in terms of her foot. She's got a nice head about her in terms of her Hampshire character. Then we round out the top five with a super stout-footed one. Gets a little bit shorter when we put her into motion. Doesn't come up and out quite as nicely as a couple of them do. Good set, though, all the way through. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations here.
Great way to start your Tunis show with these slickshorn ewes. I'm going to start with you that's just kind of a fault-free sheep, a sheep you really admire her from just her natural balance in terms of being big-centered and the way she moves around the ring. That's where she excels the ewe in second. Real long-sided, long-handling kind of sheep in second. We've got to drop her flank, give her more belly, and more importantly, let her stride out better on those rear two. But a pair of very high-quality slickshorn Tunis ewes. Young lady brings us one a little more conventional here in third. Again, you admire the center body in that one. She tends to tuck her tail head underneath her on the move a little bit and roach her top somewhat on the move. We've got to drop that spine in her somewhat to move her up, but a real high production type of female to be third.
In our Tunis show, your next class, Class 257, that is your fitted Tunis yearling ewes. Fitted Tunis yearling ewes. In the ring, please. Results of your Slickshorn Tunis yearling ewe class. First place and congratulations, Regan Klotz. Second place exhibitor Kason Shepard, and third was Lillian Swanson. Results of Class 135. Class 135 here in our Hampshire show. First place and congratulations, Cash Holmes. Second place exhibitor Noah Maddox. Third, Maisie Stoetling. Fourth place exhibitor Hayden Roberts. Fifth, Peyton Stevens. Sixth place exhibitor Lila Street. 7, Colton Wamsley. 8 was Evan Kramer. Ninth place exhibitor Mason Martin. 10th was Caden Steiner. And 11th, Lily Bushong. Once again, congratulations to those Class 135 Slickshorn Spring Hampshire ewe lambs.
Some give and take in these Tunis fitted yearling ewes. I'm going to choose to use a ewe that's better at the ground, in my opinion, especially in their rear set than the front end. A ewe that's super elegant on the move, tremendously good bodied, good top kind of a sheep. Admire that one most on the move versus on the standstill. Young man brings us a real long-sided one here in second. One you admire that about her. Extremely long handling kind of a sheep. Young lady can't get those hind feet set, but it's because that ewe's narrow at the ground. She's doing the right thing. She just that ewe's not comfortable. Like to change the way she moves as well. Might just be a temperament thing. Paints a very nice picture from the side, a big chested or a big ribbed kind of a sheep. We've just got to change her in that rear third to move her up today.
Results of Class 257. 257, that's your fitted Tunis yearling ewe class. First place, and congratulations, Hannah Bridges. Second place exhibitor, Grant Neumeister. Our next class in our Tunis show, Class 258, Slickshorn Tunis Spring Ewe Lambs. In the ring, please.
Another nice class of Tunis females. I think we've got one up here that kind of wins it rather easily in this particular drive. One that's really good on her feet and legs, moves extremely well. Straight top kind of a female, kind of a mix of the old traditional Tunis and maybe a little more the modern look in terms of just kind of looseness. The skeleton is awesome in this one. I appreciate this one quite a bit. So good class winner. We'll shake on that. Trying to trip me up there. A young man in second brings this one. Again, you appreciate the elevation this one has, the extension through her front end. We've got to make her a little more soggy in the middle, square her up in her hip, and if she had the running gear this first one did, we'd have a little deeper discussion on the class winner here, but a real nice ewe lamb to be second. Young man brings us one that's kind of a combination kind of a sheep. When he gets this one stuck, one that comes together really nice, a tall-shouldered kind of a sheep. You sure appreciate that about her. One that's good on her feet and legs. When she gets on the move, she's just a little higher hip than I can tolerate to move her up any further today. Young lady, a lot like that brings this one here in fourth, a lot like the lamb right in front of her. Sure appreciate the extension through the front end, the femininity she has. Just like the one in front, we've got to change that one's spine, set that spine down in her to move her up today. Young man, again, brings us a real green one, one of the greener sheep we've touched all day in the slick-shorn division. One we got to set that spine down into, but again, real extended, elegant, kind of a front-ended sheep here to be fifth. Young lady brings us one to round out the class, one that's just a little frailer made, a little further behind in terms of maturity to compete with the lambs ahead of her today.
I think a really good set here in this drive, and I promise you that the firms that are holding on to all five of these are very proud of them, and they should be. There's some differences in them floating through them, some maturity, some underlying differences, but at the end of the day, they're all five extremely good here for us. I think just a combination sheep of just width and dimension with some look here. At times, you want to say maybe she's just a fraction plainer about her front end, but you get her propped up and her shoulder lays in good, her breastplate lays in good, and she is massive in terms of her top, massive in terms of her rack, and carries that back in the biggest pin set that we have, and probably the biggest three-quarter view that we have of my favorite here in this top trio. She's got some stoutness about her foot size. I think this an awfully neat one there to lead off with. I dig this second one. I love this one's front end and shoulder. I love her at the point of her shoulders. Maybe one of the better ones that we've seen today, just how she comes at the point of her shoulders and sets just like she's supposed to and does that in motion. We give up a little top-shaped sheep compared to that first one. I dig that one's foot size. I dig that one. And as she paddles around the ring, I think that's a very high-end one. She's not as mature. She's not quite as ready as maybe that first shoe is, but an awfully good one there to come into two. Our third one, dig this one as well. I love this one in motion. I love what she does with her front end. I love, again, what she does with the point of her shoulders. Just from an underlying standpoint in terms of maturity, we just need to give her just a little more today, and that's being darn critical, and that's what we had to do in this class to get them sorted. I wish she just dropped that rear flank just a nickel more. Great handling sheep, great featured sheep in terms of her breed character. I think just a darn good one to come into that third hole. Another really good one in four. Very stout. They've got her presented extremely good. Kind of same story a little bit here in that 3 and 4U. Just like to mature them in their underlying ever so slightly, and that's being darn critical. I think that's an awfully nice one. And then in 5, we've got a real square-edged, big-hipped one. She wants to take her front end of the ground sometimes as we move her around the ring. Very stout, good in terms of her handle. Great class. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
In our Tunis show, in the ring, we have fitted Tunis Spring Ewe Lambs, Class 259. Results of Class 258, your Slickshorn Tunis Ewe Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Oakley Reinhardt. Second place, exhibitor Kaysen Shepard. Third, Bentley Kennedy. Fourth place exhibitor, also Bentley Kennedy. Fifth, Jaden Jarvis. Sixth was Georgiana Wunderlich. Once again, congratulations to those Class 258 Slickshorn Tunis Spring Ewe Lamb exhibitors.
Real high quality pair of spring Tunis.
In our Hampshire show, sorry, my bad. In our Hampshire show, we have Class 137 in the ring. Now go.
these fitted spring Tunis ewe lambs. I think we've got two really high quality sheep, two very similar in terms of undercarriage and the way they travel. I think the ewe that we're going to use here paints a tremendous picture from the side when she's stuck. I think time will be her best friend in terms of getting a little more time on that halter. But one that is extremely good topped, awesome center in this sheep, extended kind of a sheep, neck and shoulder junction is just what you want in any breed. This one, I think, has a bright future, and she wins this class rather handily today for me. Young lady in second here brings us a really immature sheep, one that a lot like our ewe that wins the class, a good topped, a good handling kind of a sheep. We've got to make her stride out a little better on those rear two to compete, but one that she should be proud of today to be second.
Tunis exhibitors, your next class will be pair of ewe lambs, just a single entry in that class. Following our pair class, we are ready to select your champion and reserve champion, Tunis ewe. Results of class 259, first place, Hannah Bridges. Second place exhibitor, Regan Klotz. For our champion Tunis drive, from our Slickshorn yearling ewe class, Regan Klotz, first place. Second place, Kason Shepard. Your fitted Tunis yearling ewe class, first place, Hannah Bridges. Second place exhibitor, Grant Neumeister. From your Slickshorn spring ewe lamb class, first place, Oakley Reinhardt. Second place exhibitor, Kason Shepard. And from your fitted Tunis ewe lamb class, first place, Hannah Bridges. Second place, Regan Klotz. Results of class 136 Hampshire Slickshorn spring ewe lambs. First place, and congratulations, Emma Thompson. Second place exhibitor, Cole Ritter. Third, Gentry Bouse. Fourth place, Landry Krieger. Fifth, Bristol Buckland. Sixth place, Emily Viger. Seventh, McCoy Van Hook. Eighth, Owen Grinstead. Ninth place exhibitor, Silas Myers. 10 was Camry Cornell. Other exhibitors in the class include Lee Strangle, Ashley Alexander, Drew Lair, and Mason Goodwin. Once again, congratulations to those class 136 Hampshire Slickshorn ewe lamb exhibitors.
Definitely another breed that has made huge strides in terms of conformation and just overall being sound and balanced. And I'll commend those breeders for that. And they still look like Tunis sheep. So congratulations to them for being able to punch all those buttons. So for champion Tunis drive, we've got 4 out here on this side, 2 that are in contention in my book. One paints just a phenomenally good picture. The other one's kind of there today, and you kind of see what you're going to get. And I like them both. Put your hands together, and we'll go out and select your champion reserve.
And your champion, Tunis, from your fitted yearling ewe class. Congratulations, Hannah Bridges. And your reserve champion from your fitted ewe lamb class, also exhibitor Hannah Bridges. Once again, congratulations to all of our Tunis exhibitors. In our Border Cheviot show, coming in the ring, Class 261, Border Cheviot yearling ewes.
That sound like a broken record, but another real good class here of our Hampshire females as we continue on into some of these later ones. I think, again, we get 5 very shapely, very neat ones in terms of how they're built and move around the ring for us. Some differences, we'll talk about those. I think just an awfully nice group here to sort through. The first 2, they're the most massive in terms of their handle. They're the ones when we get them propped up that have just a little more up and out about their front ends. And what sorts them for me, just simply in motion, I think that we have a little more fluidity in this first one. I think she just has a little bit smoother step, if you will, in motion. They both handle with extreme amount of muscle. The second one is maybe just a tick more powerful in her rack and in her loin edge than we maybe have in this female that leads off. Female that just super sound, though, really shapely, and then got some stoutness about her. I love this female in terms of just a handle that comes into second. Again, just massive everywhere. In motion, just like to free her up just a nickel, and that's being awfully critical, and that's where we have to be. I think this is a darn good pair there in 1 and 2. Ewe lamb that comes into second, great handling sheep, big rack sheep, and big in terms of her hip and pin set. Maybe gets a little plainer compared to those first 2, just in terms of that show ring appeal. Maybe her front end doesn't come out of her quite as nicely as those first 2 do, but a lot of shape in that one, a lot of stoutness in terms of her footwork. I think a darn good one to go into third hole. Pair of them that are a lot alike here in 4 and 5. We just run out of sheep in terms of handle, and that's not saying that they handle narrow by any means. I think both of those are very good. They're just not quite as massive as those 3 that get ahead of them, but they are good looking. They've got some stretch to them. They look like Hampshires about their head and their feet. I think that's a really good class as we finish up here. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together on a nice set.
Our next class in our Hampshire show, Class 138. Class 138, Hampshire Spring Ewe Lambs in the ring.
Really nice way to start the Cheviot show today. All 4 of these ewes are super high quality for their breed, especially. I think there's one up on the other end. If you can tolerate a little extra length of ear, and it's definitely not long. I'm not saying that at all. But compared to her peers, she does just a tick more ear, but the set is right. I think she's more than adequate in terms of breed character for me to run her all the way to the top real quick. So one that is extremely good down her top. Big centered sheep, great on her feet and legs, a good hipped one, a great place to start in my opinion. The ewe in second, just a smaller version of the ewe in first. I can say a lot of the same things about this one. Really nice on her feet and legs, straight down her top. Really admire the breed character in that sheep as well. We've got to fix her over her tail head compared to the ewe in first. Just make a little more of her as compared to move her up to win this class today. But a ewe is certainly to be proud of. The next pair of ewes, a little more conventional type sheep, a little heavier fronted type ewes. You sure like the breed type and breed character about them. They'll make nice productive ewes going on for these young people.
Our next class in our Texel or Border Cheviot show will be Fall Ewe Lambs. Class 262, Fall Ewe Lambs. In the ring, please. Results of Class 137 Hampshire Ewe Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Caitlin Hockmeyer. Second place exhibitor, Thomas Thompson. Third, Bristol Buckland. Fourth place exhibitor, Adriana Martin. Fourth place was Adriana Martin. Fifth place exhibitor, Samantha Middle. 6, Sophia Hurst. 7, Hallie Scheller. 8th place exhibitor, Finnegan Shuck. 9th, Caden Parks. 10th place exhibitor, Tessa Ortman. Other exhibitors include Braden Hanowich, Peyton Humphrey, Isaac Holowinski. Once again, congratulations to those Class 137 Hampshire ewe lamb exhibitors. Results of Class 261, your Border Cheviot yearling ewe class. First place, and congratulations, Arabella Clifton. Second place exhibitor, Lindsay Peterson. Third, Madeline Roberts. Fourth place was Isabella. Once again, congratulations. To those Class 261 Border Cheviot yearling ewe exhibitors.
Another class of high quality Cheviots on this side. Again, much like the yearling ewe, the young lady brought to us. If you can tolerate just a tick longer here than maybe is ideal, I think this one wins running away, and I don't have a problem with that at all. I think that one's super high quality, excellent on her feet and legs, great top kind of a sheep, big centered sheep. To traditional kind of a strength to top and amount of mass down her top is very impressive. Really nice kind of sheep to win the class. The young man brings us one here in second, a real long-sided kind of a streamlined version. Caught her a couple times on that right rear, pretty soft on that pastern, and not real comfortable with that. We fixed that one right there. We pushed that one in first a little more, perhaps. Need to drop that one's rear part of her belly as well. Little flank ties in just a tick higher, makes her a little unbalanced from the side, but you really appreciate the extension through that front end, the strength of top, and then especially the length of top. Big round centered kind of sheep, a little more traditional one here in third. We sure appreciate that about her. A real thick top sheep, again, a little more traditional look from one end to the other, high production type of female for this young man in third.
Our next class in our Border Cheviot show, your Spring Ewe Lamb class, Class 263. Spring Ewe Lambs in the ring. Results of Class 262, that's your Border Cheviot Fall Ewe Lamb class. First place, and congratulations, Arabella Clifton. Second place exhibitor, Cash Coyle. Third was Caden Murphy. Once again, congratulations to those Class 262 Border Cheviot Fall Ewe Lamb exhibitors.
I think this is the last class of individual of our Hampshire ewe lambs. Again, I think very high quality here. And again, we've got some that didn't get to stand in the top 6 that are really good. We've got some differences floating through this bunch. I do think we get a trio on top of really the square-edged ones, big topped, and yet some look about them. That first one, I love the sweep to her underline. I love that barrel and rib that she's got, and then her three-quarter view is tremendous. At times you want to say maybe she's too deep, but I don't think we can get them too deep anymore. I think that sheep is designed up extremely good, and for as massive and wide as she is, she's still got great look about her. We set her into motion. There's a tremendous amount of balance about her shoulder, tremendous amount of balance about her middle in terms of her underline. I think just an awfully good one. She's stout, got a nice head about her. I think that's a really nice one. The next one comes to us, and this one maybe just a tick more whistle about her front end, and I love that about her. Just a great cocky front end about that female. Not quite as much of her, maybe doesn't hook quite as nice in her hip loin as our class winner, and then her underline maybe not matured out quite as nice as that class winner, but that's being darn picky of a really good one. They've got her fed extremely well. She's fresh and just super sound when we set her into motion too. I dig that one a whole bunch. So that third one comes to us, another great handling sheep, and just super square as we've been talking about those edges all day. Just great in terms of her rack, great in terms of her loin edge. Gets a little plainer about her front and shoulder than we have in those first two, but super stout in terms of her foot. You appreciate that about her. Get her just a little more up and out, have just a little more of a case, but a great handling sheep, no doubt, with some stoutness about her. The next one comes to us really smooth, shortens up just a nickel in stride, wants to take just a little shorter stride than those three that get ahead of him. But again, barrel and rib and shape and three-quarter view is tremendous in that sheep. Then we round out the class with one that kept hitting me at times. I wish her pelt was a little bit more hydrated. I wish she just had a little bit neater appearance about her from the side. But you get your hands on this sheep, tremendous amount of dimension in her, big top. She does shorten up just a nickel compared to a couple of them, but big stout foot in that female. Good class. Congratulations.
In our Hampshire show, your next class will be 139. That's a single entry fitted spring ewe lamb. Nope, that's a scratch. That's a scratch. We are ready for pair of ewe lambs. Class 140, Hampshire pair of ewe lambs. Results of Class 138. Slickshorn, Hampshire ewe lambs, first place, and congratulations, Jude Parker. Second place exhibitor, Hayden Feltner. Third, Briar Buckland. Fourth place, Ethan McCorkle. Fifth place exhibitor, Henley Bontrager. 6, Bryn Ritter. 7, Lucas Wilson. 8th place exhibitor, Camellia Baca. 9th, Lucas Wilson. 10, Elijah Chupp. Other exhibitors in the class include Caden Ishmael, Luke Scheller, and Ashley Alexander. Once again, congratulations to those Class 138 Slickshorn Hampshire ewe lamb exhibitors.
Very nice set of Cheviot spring ewe lambs here. We've got kind of a little bit of a variety of types and sizes, but there's definitely quality throughout. The ewe lamb in first, I'd challenge you to find a straighter top sheep in the barn. You get a hold of this one. She is absolutely dead level from one end to the other. Beautiful Cheviot head about her. I've not that I've looked for one to beat the one like that we have in second here, but this is the one that in my opinion, that's the kind it takes to win. One that's really sharp-headed, extremely good in her lines, very balanced, nice kind of sheep to win this class. A young lady's ewe lamb in second. You have to sure admire her for her growth and her overall size. A ewe that's not quite as smooth down her top as compared to the ewe that wins the class. A ewe that I like to shorten that ear up compared to the ewe that wins the class, but a real nice growthy type of a sheep. She's going to be a behemoth in a year for sure. The young man brings us one here in third, a really big centered kind of a sheep, one that is awesome on her feet and legs. Sure admire that about her. Sharp-headed kind of a sheep. Got to make her a little more extended to compete with the two ahead of her today. Kudos to the young man that had the head on this one in fourth, just kind of being ornery for him today. So he did a fine job getting her shown. But a ewe lamb that's exceptionally long-bodied, long-sided kind of a sheep. Just got to give her a little more rib to move her on up today, but one that definitely has a bright future. A little more conventional sheep we've got here in fourth, one that has old school Cheviot problems in terms of strength at top and roundness of front, but a good productive, a kind of an old school kind of a sheep here to be fourth. Young man brings us one here in fifth, a real attractive, long-sided kind of a sheep, but way green for me to even think about moving her up today, but has a bright future as well.
Our next class in our border show is your pair of ewe lambs, border Cheviot pair of ewe lambs. Then we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion, border Cheviot ewe. In our Cheviot ring, we are ready to select your champion and reserve champion, border Cheviot. First place, yearling ewe, Arabella Clifton. Second place exhibitor, Lindsay Peterson. Your fall ewe lamb division, first place exhibitor, Arabella Clifton. Second place exhibitor, Cash Coyle. And your ewe lamb class just completed. First place exhibitor, Samantha Midal. Second place exhibitor, Arabella Clifton. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Congratulate these first and second place North Country Cheviot, border Cheviot exhibitors. Once again, that Class 263, that's your border Cheviot ewe lamb division. Complete results. Once again, your first place exhibitor, Samantha Midal. Second place exhibitor, Arabella Clifton. Third was Caden Murphy. Fourth, Carter Roberts. Fifth place exhibitor, Lindsay Peterson. Sixth was Mason Allen.
I got a tremendous set of Cheviot females out here we've had today, and Evan and I agree to be hard pressed to go to any other state and excuse me, find the quality in 4 or 5 of these that you see here in this ring in Indianapolis. So a super set of females, a better set of kids. Let's put your hands together and we'll find you a champion reserve.
And your champion, Border Cheviot from your yearling ewe division. Congratulations, Arabella Clifton. Your reserve champion from your fall ewe lamb division, also Arabella Clifton. Once again, congratulations to all of our Border Cheviot exhibitors. Now, in our Hampshire ring, we are ready to select your junior champion. Junior and reserve junior champions from class 134, your first place exhibitor, Lily Williamson. Second place exhibitor, Gabby Rout. From class 135, first place exhibitor, Cash Holmes. Second place exhibitor, Noah Maddox. From class 136, your first place exhibitor, Emma Thompson. Second place exhibitor, Cole Ritter. From class 137, first place, Caitlin Hockmeyer. Second place exhibitor, Thomas Thompson. From class 138, your first place exhibitor, Jude Parker. Second place exhibitor, Hayden Feltner. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place Hampshire ewe lamb exhibitors.
ringside here. Let's put our hands together for our Hampshire Junior Champion Drive. I think, again, we talked it, and I think just a whale of a set of sheep, and not just in these 10. Great set that come out here and showed for this these positions. We've got some differences here. They landed out here with some differences in them, and we talked about them quick. And we talked about that first pair of just really kind of soggy females that have a lot of shape to them. Very, very sound as that our leadoff ewe comes out here for us, just in a big old foot size in her. We got a real sporty, youthful one that comes to us out of that Class 2. And in Class 3, you got this kind of a combination sheep of a lot of good pieces. Maybe no wild, exotic pieces in her, but just an awfully nice sheep. Got one that comes into Class 4 that's got a neat look about her. You question mark her whether maybe her underline is quite developed and mature enough for us today. And then that last class, really a soggy, good moving one that's got some stoutness about her. We'll go out and show you how we like them. We're going to keep two together that look alike, and I think both of them are extremely sound, and that may be what gets them the nod. Just set them into motion. They track around the ring free and easy. And again, my pleasure. Awfully nice set. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
And your junior champion, Lily Williamson from Class 134. And your reserve junior champion from Class 138, Jude Parker. Once again, congratulations to all of our ewe lamb exhibitors. Now we're ready to select your overall champion and reserve champion, Hampshire female. From your senior champion division, your senior champion, Dylan Achenbach. Your reserve senior champion was Callie France. And once again, your junior champion, Lily Williams, your reserve junior champion, Jude Parker. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our junior and senior champion exhibitors.
Well, again, wear your hands out. Let's put our hands together for these four as they come back out here for our champion and reserve Hampshire female. Just a wild group in terms of quality here for us. Just can't say enough about them. I think all four of them just have really good pieces. There's one that just Aaron and I talked about that just looks like a supreme type sheep, or it needs to be in that drive tomorrow night. The reserve closes up pretty tight between two other ones. We'll go out and show you that champion and reserve. One more time, let's put our hands together for our Hampshires. Congratulations.
And your overall champion, Hampshire, from your senior division, congratulations, Dylan Augenbach. And your reserve overall champion, your junior champion female, congratulations, Lily Williamson. One last time, ladies and gentlemen, I promise, one last time. Let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our Hampshire exhibitors. On our Columbia side of the ring, we are ready for that class of Columbia yearling ewes. Columbia yearling ewes in the ring, please.
Nice way to start your Columbia show. We're going to start with the ewe that has the 3 times the quality and her fleece quality as the ewe that we've got in second. A ewe that's longer sided, longer handling, wider at the ground. I'll grant you she might not be quite as stout featured at the ground as the ewe in second, but I think has enough other redeeming qualities to go ahead and move her into first. Young man's ewe here in second paints a nice profile picture, a long-sided kind of a sheep, a good handling sheep. We've just got to make her wider and clean up that fleece to move her up today.
Results of your Columbia yearling ewe class, first and second place was both exhibited by McKenna Maudlin. McKenna also exhibited your first place pair of yearling ewes. Our next class in our Columbia division will be your spring ewe lambs. Columbia spring ewe lambs should be next. 4 entries in the class. On our Dorset side of the ring, we have Class 141. That is your Slick Shorn Dorset yearling ewe class. Class 141 in the ring.
Nice class of Columbia ewe lambs here to kind of round out the singles portion in this ring today, a really nice bodied, real attractive kind of female from the side, one that paints a real good picture, has a really nice silhouette, big centered kind of a sheep. The most sound on her feet and legs of anything in the class, standing on a nice bone and foot is good on this one. An up-headed kind of sheep, real logical place to start for me. The ewe lamb here in second most closely follows her in terms of body style and condition. Appreciate the extra growth this ewe lamb has. A little longer sided kind of a sheep. Just does not extend through that front end. Feet and legs aren't quite as good. We've got to shorten those pasterns, firm those up quite a bit to move her up. Young lady here in third has a real green, immature handling kind of a sheep. I think Time's her best friend. I think a little leveler down her top, a little better right behind her shoulders than is the ewe that rounds out the class. Admire the ewe's fleece that we have here in fourth. A ewe that's standing on this great set of feet and legs. Little short pastern on these sheep. I appreciate that about her. Just needs to be a little more gathered up right behind her shoulder to compete with the ewes ahead of her today.
Here on the Dorset side of the ring as we get started in this breed, I think a real high-end class of yearling ewes here to sort through of our slick sheareds. We've been talking about square edge and just three-quarter view here pretty much all day, and this one just brings that to the table for us. Huge three-quarter view and just super big in terms of her pin set. When she gets out and goes, she holds her front end up like we like to see them. Just a little more shape in this one that we have in the ewe that comes in the second. The ewe that comes in the second, beautiful headed, certainly some nice pieces here, just not quite as massive in terms of her shape that we have in that class winner, but boy, she gets out and goes. She's got some dimension to her, gives up a little bit of that stifle shape down low, but really good on her toes, really a nice head about her in terms of her breed character. I think a real high-end pair there. One that runs uphill for us in third, and when the girls get her jacked up, she looks like $1 million here in motion. Maybe doesn't balance quite as nice from a side profile or underline standpoint compared to those first two, but love the leg wool that they've done a nice job with. Really, really stout in terms of her feature and up and about her in terms of her front end. I think that's another really good one. Young lady brings us one here in the four that gets a little bit piecier, a little plainer in terms of her look and design compared to a couple of them ahead of her. But sort of there's some dimension to her. There's some foot size about her, and then you get your hands on her and you like her. I think she's a little bit better moving sheep than we have the one that comes into fifth for us. That one's extremely smooth, and when they get that one stopped, she looks like $1 million here for us. Really, really smooth, really good in terms of her top line, maybe a little finer in her feature. And then we set her into motion. Don't like what she does in terms of her stride quite as nice as a couple of them, but really a high-end class. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
In our Columbia side of the ring, we are ready to select your champion and reserve champion, Columbia. Here on the Dorset side of the ring, we are bringing in Class 142. That is your fitted Dorset yearling ewes. On our Columbia side of the ring, your spring ewe lamb class, first place, and congratulations, Eva Beckner. Second place exhibitor, Stella Grubbs. Third and fourth was exhibited by McKenna Maudlin. So in your champion drive, in your yearling ewe division, first and second place was exhibited by McKenna Maudlin. Once again, in your ewe lamb division, first place exhibitor was Eva Beckner. Second place, Stella Grubbs.
Okay, a great way to round out today's events on the east side today. We've had a small but mighty Columbia show. I think you've got some individuals out here that are high quality and been exceptional projects for these young people. I would be remiss if I didn't thank my ring stewards today. Everything has been completely top shelf from the announcer all the way across. The entire staff has been very accommodating. I greatly appreciate it. Let's put your hands together for these Columbia exhibitors, and we'll find a pair of them, I think, that fit together real well.
And your champion, Columbia ewe from your ewe lamb division. Congratulations, Eva Beckner. Your reserve champion, also from your ewe lamb division. Congratulations, Stella Grubbs.
Here on the Dorset side of the ring, we've got three high-quality fitted individuals here. I think we got a ewe that leads off that does really nicely in motion. She just holds her body together just a little nicer in terms of her balance. She's got some look and appeal about her. She's very, very sound on her feet and legs. And then you get your hands on her. She's